What's up, everybody? Welcome to the middle school Compton Cup here at Compton College. My name is Max, and I'm joined by the one, the only, the amazing Evie. And we get to see through STEAMFest which teams in the middle school for Rocket League can be the best of the best.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for having us, and also thank you guys for being here and being able to witness such an amazing moment for these students. They're in middle school, which is insane to me to think about being able to play live on a stage in front of my parents, video games. That's mind-blowing. Give your parents a round of applause if you are in the crowd.
Woo!
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, parents.
Seriously, we appreciate you.
And hey, speaking of our parents watching, hello, YouTube! Welcome, live stream audience. If you couldn't make it out to Compton College today, that's perfectly fine. We've got all the entertainment you need because we are live streaming here on YouTube as well. But you know, word on the street is that we have our first matchup set up and ready to go. It's Bunch versus Stouffer to see who can make themselves have that grand final spot here at the Compton Cup.
Yeah, and for all of you guys that are watching online, how did these teams get here, Max? So not only did they travel quite a few ways, but they've also competed against their own unified school district to make it here today to compete against these two schools. And for all of you guys that are new to Rocket League, well, welcome. This is flying soccer.
That's right, flying soccer. I'm sure you've had, if your parents at home, you've seen your kids play this ad nauseum. But don't worry, don't get tired of it just yet. One of these two teams will ensure that it was all for a very good reason. Now, very interestingly, the timer in this game is going up, not down. So I'm not sure what the win condition for these teams will be, but we get to see who maybe gets the first score, and that could decide maybe how sides are decided. We'll have to wait and see. But I do have something very important to tell you, Evie. We are going to see some of the best middle schools compete in the arena today. Bunch from the Compton Unified School District, Adams from the Redondo Beach School District, Holster from the Linwood, there we go, great score comes through, Holster from the Linwood School District, and Stouffer from Downey School District. Most of the teams, like you mentioned, have won their respective tournaments. It's going to be a matter to see who can bring themselves to that grand final spot. We're back yet again. Small tech issue coming by. We're fixing the timer to ensure that it goes down, not up. But hey, you know, I guess theoretically, right, if you had the opportunity to have that timer go endlessly up, we could have been here all day, see which team could get to 99.
Oh, I don't think we were all ready for that one. So
no, I was.
I'm glad. I'm glad that we put a pause to that. But hey, regardless, they get to have a little bit of a warm-up and see a little bit of a strategy that their opponents are bringing out. You talked about earlier, these teams have already competed back home in their respected regions. And the fact that they're coming here to STEAMFest to not only celebrate just the fact that they're playing video games, but also the fact that they are a part of such a huge festival that's going on outside here at Compton College. Ooh. If you're anywhere local to Compton and want to check out a lot of creativity, a lot of hands-on techniques, anything that you can take into technology, it's happening here. And I would 1,000% recommend you guys coming here and checking it out and just being a part of this.
No, you're completely right. We are at the epicenter of technology right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the place to be for your students, or maybe even you yourself, to become exponentially huge players in the technology game. But I have a question for you, Evie. What is STEAMFest? And you don't have to answer that. Alan has provided us a very good excerpt about what STEAMFest is. It was created by the Compton Unified School District. STEAMFest is one of Compton's most exciting community events as we celebrate innovation, creativity, and student brilliance. To me, that spells STEAM. All in one place. There are live performances, hands-on STEAM learning experiences, and next-level innovation areas. It is a great time for the whole family, and if you're in the Los Angeles area, swing by. STEAMFest goes until 7 p.m., and so do we.
Absolutely. And we have the teams ready to go once again. The timer has been fixed. If you're sitting in the crowd and are like, hey, they did already score, hey, guess what? We're going to restart it, and we get to see it once. I mean, maybe. Are we keeping it? I don't know. That's the question.
No, there's no way. That wouldn't be fair. But, you know, it's a spiritual point. Maybe it's a confidence builder that one of the teams needed. 5 minutes on the clock for game one here, Evie. We get to see, how does it all play out? What can we expect to see into this first matchup?
Well, aside from the clock now apparently being correct, they have 5 minutes to get themselves scored as many goals as possible. And as I mentioned earlier, this is flying soccer. You're going to see a bunch of cars driving very, very fast, doing some flips up in the air, and doing a couple of different rotations as well. So if you're a fanatic, and wow, that was beautifully done there by Dark Zone.
Yeah, Dark Zone finding that impact early on. I believe that's Stouffer's side early on, getting that impact from across the entire court. That is a fantastic way to start things through. That's absolutely what you want. And now, Bunch, they're going to have to work on their defensive side. We're going to have to see what they can do. But when you get a long-range shot like that, there's really not a lot of defensive options other than blindly jumping up and hoping for the best.
Right. A lot of what this game is, besides being able to fantastically control the ball and dribble it across the court there, is also the positioning of your teammates.
That's right.
Are they being defensive, or are they just being so aggressive that they're able to just get a nose hit into the goal, just like Bunch did to tie things up?
And speaking of the devil, yeah, Bunch, fantastic work early on. You could see Stouffer was attempting to set up a little bit of a loop-de-loop inside the goal to try to bounce the ball back. Fortunately, just came out a little too late. But again, you had all three players on Stouffer's side for that defense. That could have been an opportunity to knock the ball back. But speak of that, though, a great defense right there. Dark Zone tries to bring it back, but unable to do so. That's a great defensive line from Bunch.
Yeah, Bunch still not in safety, though. That ball is on their side of the court, and with another bump here, that's Dark Zone once again being the highlight player for Stouffer.
Yeah, Stouffer, wonderful work there. It was the bounce back off of Dark Zone, getting that initial hit. Stouffer was there for the follow-through. Wonderful work. And again, both these teams have had full defense thus far. That's going to be a really tough barrier. A lot of the time in these matches, Evie, we will see each team play very aggressive and then not have a lot of defense when it comes to the goal. This is the complete opposite of what we normally see.
I mean, sometimes you got to get a little greedy, right? It's that playing more aggressive could potentially benefit. So far, though, Stouffer with the lead, looking to make that lead a little bit stronger, but no, Bunch says rejection here. Gonna boop it over to the other side of the court.
And I've won Love Greed. It's my favorite thing to do in the whole wide world. But let's see if Stouffer can continue the line. 3 minutes and 10 on the clock, Evie. Plenty of time to extend this line. That being said, though, if your team's Stouffer, you could play the boring route and just let that timer ride down. If there's no more goals from Bunch's side for the next 3 minutes, we don't go to overtime. That's going to be game one. But no, Bunch says that's not going to happen. Now if the timer goes all the way to 0, we'd be going to overtime.
Oh, that teamwork made that dream work. Really great positioning of that backboard, and then being able to just boop it back into the court there. Even ground. What happens if we go into OT, Keg?
Well, the timer goes down right now, but when we go to overtime, the timer goes up. And all you got to do if you're one of these players is get the ball into the goal. It sounds a lot easier than it is, because it turns out, who would have thought, when there's only one goal on the line, things turn around very scary-wise, and teams like to play very defensive.
Well, that's something that Stouffer does not want to have to deal with. So they're working towards positioning themselves in a better place. Oh, no, we see Bunch just struggling with their, what we call the pulse here, the energy to help you drive forward.
You know, it's really interesting. We just had an international Rocket League event, and they announced there was going to be some changes for the demos. The way those pulses work is that you run them over, you get a little bit more boost for your gauge on the right-hand side. If you accelerate and drive into an enemy player, they will explode, called a demolition. That will be changing soon. You will still have demolitions, but they will operate a little bit differently in terms of velocity. But that's boring stuff. We're still watching these two teams. It's 2-2 right now. The timer's still dragging down, Evie, with 1 minute and 30 left on the clock. I'm really wondering, can Bunch find that aggressive potential to break through Stouffer's defense?
Well, Stouffer's doing a phenomenal job at being able to control the ball, whether it's air dribble or just passing, which, hey, talking about demolitions, they're
There it
happening
is.
here, all right? These kids are not strange to that demo, but what they are strange to right now is that timer ticking low, the ball control not being in their favor, and it's an even matchup here for these two schools.
Yeah, it's been about, what, 2.5 minutes since we saw our last goal, and still that timer's draining down. It's not stopping anybody, but even then Stauffer was so close to confirming the next one. And they are pressuring Bunch out so much. They have completely made sure Bunch cannot play aggressive. It was a triple defense. And through it all, though, ball's reset. Back in Stauffer's core, Bunch, they go in unison. They try to find a way to get to the goal, but they are unable to do so. 40 seconds left.
Oh, no. Stauffer is having the time to try to get control of the ball, but no, it's Bunch sending it across the court. Now we see there's a 30-second warning. It's down. They don't want to go into an OT. They want to make sure that they secure that first round, get that confidence into that second match. This is a best of 3, so hey, if you're able to get this one under your belt and be confident in your next one, this could just lead you to that grand final.
What's Stauffer to do? 13 seconds left. Barely enough time to make anything work. But it won't go to overtime. 6 seconds left. Someone has to find a goal. If not OT, and we're in the same exact lockout as before, that could have been it. That ball hits the ground. Overtime's guaranteed. There's one shot left, but no. Stauffer is unable to do so. Maybe the ball just needs to hit the ground to activate overtime, but it's refusing to hit until now.
Wow, wow, wow. I did not expect this type of hype. The crowd is so involved. They're clapping, they're cheering. I'm wondering, who are they going for? Are you guys going for Bunch? Oh, I heard a Stauffer in the crowd. Okay. Stauffer has a couple cheerleaders, and as we said, this is OT. Timer is going to be climbing up. The ball needs to be sent into the goal. The first goal is going to be the winner of this match.
It's anybody's game. 30 seconds now into overtime. All it takes is a single mistake from one of these players. An open goal saved just in time. Stauffer ensures that Bunch cannot win game 1.
Oh. It's a stalemate. Trying to grab control of the ball here. Bunch still not showing as much offense as I would like them to. It seems like they're constantly playing a little bit of a retake here. As the ball gets tapped back into their half, they maintain it for the time being. The rotation now happening. There is a use of the backboard, but there's no one there to answer the call.
It's really been all or nothing for Bunch. Either they all play defensive directly on their goal, or they get the ball control and they go as a team to try to force it into Stauffer's goal. Unfortunately for Stauffer, they've done such a great job playing so malleable in that mid-line. Ensuring that there's no possibility. That's one demo down. One less player on Stauffer's side. That's going to be Bunch to score. No, Stauffer does it. Okay, wonderful work. Stauffer takes game 1.
And you were talking about how offensive they were the whole time. Yes, they had a couple of really good defense positions, which allowed for Bunch to have to reposition there. So greatly done by Stauffer. 3, that third goal coming in that OT, which requires that first match to go into their way.
Hi, we're standing up now. But, yeah, very, very nice first game. I mean, the fact that we got overtime game 1 is an absolute blessing for us. It's not often we get to see a very close matchup like that early on. You know, for a lot of the times, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes they're kind of smash-out games, but the fact that we went 2-2, had an overtime tiebreaker, not a quick one either. It went a decent while. Really goes to show that both these teams deserve their semifinal spot.
Yeah, and I'm sweating a little bit because not only was it a back and forth of ball control, but it was also the usage of demolition and the usage of their boost. That lets me know that the team is 100% aware of what they need to do. There wasn't any like boost starving happening, which means like one team was the most collecting the boost, but they have a really good grasp of the goal of this match.
Well, we're heading into game 2. Stauffer now 1-0. They've done a great job holding the line very early on, and they were able to achieve that overtime goal. The idea should be, okay, now a very early demo. I will say, though, in overtime, we did see Stauffer get that goal hit with only 2 players. The demo requires a respawn of around 3 seconds, ensuring, though, in that time, it was still a 2v3 to win it out. So Demos are coming out from Bunch's side, and that's good, but it's not the win condition they need to get that goal.
What they do need is control of the ball, which we see a nice aerial there. Where is the assist? Where are our teammates? And Darkstone said, I can do it all myself. That's it.
I like the Lightning McQueen hat. He's really going fast. I am speed.
Oh, it's been a hot minute since I've seen that.
Well, I know what your required watching is tonight.
I mean, hey, if Stoffer continues with this, I think I will have a chance to do so.
I still can't believe there was a planes movie too. No one ever talks about planes, just cars.
Well, cars go fast, just like we're seeing now. Very good use of the defense there. And teamwork, talking about teamwork here, Bunch is doing just that. It just seems hard for them to keep control of the ball after the half court.
There's a lot of disruptions in the midfield coming out from Stoffer's side. The fact that they can just consistently steal the ball away from Bunch, a team that loves to go for these setups. Bunch made the attempt there, double defense coming out from Stoffer's side and short. Okay, you know what? We're not going to make this easy. We're going to have to somehow drive all the players off of this defensive goal line if you're Bunch.
Oh, but that was so close. You could see the teamwork that's happening from Bunch. There is a lot of setups. Unfortunately, like you just said, it is the fact that Stoffer is able to play such good defense, and even if one person goes up in the air, there's also that next person to be able to help them out and then send the ball half court. And because we're seeing how aggressive Bunch is, there's no defense to it.
Yeah, it's still that all or nothing strategy, right? Where like if you want that ball to go into the orange goal, you're sending everybody out, and that leaves your goal open. That's a really risky strategy, and so far, unfortunately, not paying off. Stoffer's been doing such a great job, again, having that individual fundamentals to bring things forward. Bunch, without a goal, could lead that ball in, but unfortunately for Stoffer, it doesn't connect.
2 in the lead, and just a reminder, Stoffer was able to get that game number 1. If they're able to continue with the lead here, we won't be seeing match number 3.
Yeah, that's right. 2 minutes 50 on the clock now. Just a matter of seeing. All right, can Bunch bring this back? They kept it even all throughout game 1 and only lost it out in overtime. This has been a bigger struggle to get it in. And got to give credit where credit's due. Stoffer, they talk to each other. You can tell they're communicating. They've changed up a lot going into game 2.
Bunch trying to get control once again of the ball, and the usage of the boost needs to be finessed just a little bit more. Dark Zone, wherever you are in the crowd, please give it up. That's 3 goals in 1 match.
Yeah, unbelievable right now coming out from them. Really nice work. Everyone on their team knows exactly what the roles need to be. And even if Dark Zone is the striker, there is the follow-ups off of the rest of his teammates. That's going to be Stoffer and C Basket. I'm not sure if I'm saying their name right, but regardless of their name, though, they're doing such a great job for the follow-ups. 3, maybe 1 for Bunch. Unfortunately, hits the backboard. That's not quite the case, Evie.
They're getting so close. We see the setups. It's just the follow-up of teammates and also the usage of the boost. I mean, you would think that the boost isn't as influential, but to be able to get up in the air and then use that extra boost to propel the ball forward, that's a key in this game.
It really is. And the fact that the boosts have allowed the ball to go so far and so out of the control of Bunch it feels. This is an opportunity. Again, best of 3, best of 1, 2. This is for elimination. Minute and a half left now for Bunch. They're going to have to find a way to get back into this. They need 3 goals before Stoffer can get another.
10 seconds per goal.
That's right.
Very doable. We can do this, Bunch. We believe in you. The defense, though, needs to come in, and they need to be able to reposition themselves just a tad bit quicker. Maybe not so committal.
But every second that goes by, Evie, makes that ratio all the more harder for Bunch to find that goal potential. They have now, 2 of those 30-second blocks left for a 1 minute left. Oh, but a 4th! What's the math on that?
Oh, no, that's too quick. Stoffer, hey, at least sharing. Dark Zone's sharing the goals, so yay to sharing. That's important.
You learned that in school, too.
Absolutely.
Sharing is caring. And right now, Stoffer, they care about getting to that grand final spot. And right now, they have every opportunity to do so.
Bunch knows how to go into the air. They know about the aerial, but they just can't seem to keep control of the ball. Teamwork just a little bit on Rocket, but hey, yep, Stauffer, they're just on it.
Yeah, really good spiking coming out from Stauffer's side. Each player really working off of each other. Great calculation work from the air to get that follow-up, too. That would not have been a goal had it just been the initial hit.
You talked earlier about their communication, and you can tell based on the positioning of where each player is on Stauffer's squad, what they are trying to do. Not all of them are above the half court. You always have someone just being near the goal just in case the ball seems to get propelled forward. And you consistently see two teammates on the attack once that ball does get sent forward.
15 seconds left now. 0-5 for Bunch. They need a way back into this. Again, they brought the overtime game 1. With 10 seconds left, it seems nigh impossible. Grand finals all but guaranteed for Stauffer. In 3, 2, 1. That's going to be Stauffer moving on forward to the grand finals. But we don't know who they'll be meeting up there just yet. We still have another semifinals to go.
Yeah, Stauffer did so great. Number 1, hey, we have to give it a Bunch. Bunch, yes, please. Round of applause for Bunch. They tried their hardest, took game 1 to OT, but that second game gave that confidence to Stauffer to say, hey, we're going to show out. Maybe our opponents are in the crowd, maybe they're not, but we're going to show them who they should be afraid of. And hey, if I was their opponent, I'd be a little scared.
Oh, I'm scared of you.
Oh, why?
I've never won a 1v1 in Rocket League against you, so definitely a lot of challenges for all of us here. Bunch, I think they did a much better job than I ever could in a 1v1 against Evie. But that being said, unfortunately, we do have to say goodbye to Bunch when it comes to their Rocket League prowess for the Compton Cup. Semifinals, though, a really good showcase. But for Stauffer, it's all them heading to grand finals.
Yeah, and with that, we do have that second semifinal, but you're going to have to wait for it because we can't just go right away. Let's get them set up, take a break, go grab some water, and we will be back shortly.
Welcome back to the Compton Cup, everybody here at Compton College. My name is Max, and I'm joined once again by Evie. We had one semifinals done. We have another to go. And did you know that we have had the best of the best teams for the middle schools all around winning their district tournaments for a chance to get to the grand finals?
Yeah. I mean, we already saw two of the top schools, with Stouffer being the one who is going to be going into the grand finals up against one of these two teams. And in case you're wondering, who are these teams, right? Give us some names.
Yeah. Well, it's Adams and Hosler. They're going up against each other right now, and one of them will have a chance to go to the grand finals. And let me tell you, both these teams, like we just said, won their district tournaments here. But again, this is all to show what esports can do for schools. And we've been doing this for a few years now, but for STEAMFest, it's created by the Compton Unified School District. STEAMFest is one of Compton's most exciting community events as we celebrate innovation, creativity, and student brilliance all in one place. There are live performances, hand-on STEAM learning experiences, and next-level innovations. And, of course, there's Rocket League as we get into Game 1.
Yep, flying soccer cars W. If you're parents in the crowd, congratulations to you. Your child is not only learning how to drive in the game, but they're also learning about the importance of distribution and teamwork, which is super useful in STEAM as well.
And I mean, look, let's be real. It's California. We're near LA. This is pretty much what it's like driving on the highway. So they're learning a lot of lessons early on.
But the most important one is, how are you going to beat your opponent in this game, and what is instrumental to your success? As we talked about earlier with the two earlier teams there, but struggle to use, number one, boost distribution, but also team communication. This doesn't matter to these two teams because we already have one with the goal.
That's right. Now, to be completely honest with you, we don't have an overlay of which team is which, so I'm sure production will tell us who the blue team is to win out that first goal. Good for them, though, early on. They found their impact. Oh, blue team is Adams. Okay, and we have Hosler as the orange team. So Adams getting the first goal was a very good start for them. I do want to mention, this is not a map we get to see very often. There is no competitive differences in each of the maps. Great goal coming out from Hosler there. But what I like about this, though, is you get to see the track marks in the snow.
It's all about the details. You know, the detail of positioning, the detail of boost. In case you guys don't know, I love talking about boost, okay? I think it's really fun. It gives a creative way to the game to not only be able to demo your opponent and not have to worry about that third player on the board, but also it helps you go fast, and I like going fast, and it's important for you to go fast in this game because you need to get the ball across. And that's so far right now, Hosler is having a little bit of a hard time doing.
You're really not disproving my theory that this game is just a simulation of the LA highways.
That's true. It's a little scary. People, I mean, when it rains, people are a little bit like, what are we supposed to do?
Yeah, it's like this. It's topsy-turvy.
Oh, very good defense. And talking about demolition, okay, Adams, I see you. Take out one of their players. The defense is there, but don't you look back. This can be the second goal there for Team Adams.
There we go. We did see the camera, though. It was Hosler, so not entirely sure if Adams is the blue team. The verdict is that's still out there. Oh, okay.
Okay. We just wanted to see the faces of the upset.
Yeah.
For a second, hey.
We just need to see everybody else. Like, oh, you got the goal against us. Dress. We'll get them next time. 3 minutes on the clock, and it's certainly possible, Evie. There is a 1-point differential. 3 minutes on the clock. It's certainly doable.
It's a little bit deja vu of what we saw earlier with Bunch and Stauffer. There was a back and forth. Yes, go Mexico. I see that flag. I appreciate that flag. But can they get the second goal? So far, a little struggle. And honestly, yes, this is me every time I play Rocket League. So very relatable here, Adams.
Oh, ball goes to the wayside, though. Great defense coming out from Hosler's side. It's just a matter of seeing if they can convert that over into getting the ball maybe towards Adams' goal line. Seems like that could be a viability. Stopped by Adams early on, though. Once again, ball is back in Hosler's court, stolen by Adams. And really, this duality a constant back and forth. Ball was stuck in the midfield briefly, but at this point for Adams, you're just draining that timer.
Yeah, so many different strategies that you can do. But hey, yes, we got that second goal. It's going to be Holster still fighting for their life here as they try to take over this lead. A 2 for 2. Again, deja vu of that first matchup that we saw earlier. And I'm looking forward to this. Hey, OT, give it to me.
That's right. Remember, back when we had Bunch versus Stauffer, it was the same situation where the timer ran down for a very long time, 2-2. Went to overtime for game 1, and it went for a while to see who would get that one overtime goal needed to win that first matchup of the day. But remember, what happened after overtime for game 2? It was a very different story.
The tides change, and that's what's trying to happen here for Adams. Adams misses just by a smidge, but this gives the opportunity for Holster to be able to get control of the ball. We see that third man trying to come into the action, and talk about defense being instrumental. This is one of the games that if you have none, or if your man isn't in the correct position, then you're going to be struggling. But so far, these teams are doing wonderful at that.
Yeah, really just keeping the ball in the midfield right now has been the key to success. Feels like Hosler has been the team to play more aggressive, really dictating the maestro-ness of where that ball could go. Very reactive plays coming out from Adams' side. Adams was the team to get the initial goal. The ball should be in their court. But as I say that, though, that could be an open goal. Double defense is open. They blocked the ball just in time.
That is such an upset there. For Adams, they had the POV. Unfortunate, once again, rejection at door. There's two of their players trying to swing back, and it's going to be the third coming back and getting that goal. Adams, they have the lead once again with 39 seconds left on the clock.
Wonderful work from Adams there. We saw an attempt for defense there from Hosler. Unfortunately, it was just simply not enough. Really great work to add that pressure back after it felt like Hosler for so long had control.
Hosler now feeling a little bit of that tension. Not only are they down one, they're also so close to getting that third goal and being the ones in the lead. Now you've got less than 30 seconds. The ball control in the favor of Adams. Sending it back to half court, but the defense is already there.
18 seconds left now. Ball is stopped by the wayside. Looks like the chance for an overtime is dwindling second by second. This is the opportunity, though. Hosler has to pull a magic rabbit out of the hat. But there's a problem. I don't see any hats around. 2 seconds. Make that one. Ball hits the ground. The game is over. One last chance for a goal. Could it be? No. It's going to be Adams winning game 1.
Very great job there by Adams. But to be fair, it was an even matchup, just like that first series that we went through. And I love nothing more. Not only is the crowd just as engaged, but you can tell the players are so into it, and they really, really want to win. So the competition is there.
It is there, but all it took was a big adaptation going into game 2 for, I believe it was Stauffer's side, where it was overtime. It was won by a single point. A little different from this story, but it took a few minutes in between games to talk to each other, figure out, okay, what's the strategy coming into this next one? It's like a group project almost, right?
Oh, no.
Kind of like in school. This is a school event. Did you know that? Yeah, it's a school event. But it was something like that where they came through and absolutely banged it away. I'm wondering, Evie, is that going to be the case for game 2?
I'm hoping not, and I know so is the crowd.
Oh.
The crowd is ready for a comeback. Maybe we have a comeback story.
Ooh.
Maybe they pull that rabbit out of the hat like you were talking to.
I still don't see that hat.
I don't know. I see a couple hats in the crowd.
Yeah, where are your rabbits?
Oh. I don't think they were allowed to bring it to a Steam. So maybe, yeah, potentially, as they get ready into the second one. I hope there's a comeback, though. I mean, these schools are the best of the best, and we don't even have to take a break because we're going to take you right into game number 2.
That's right. Here we go. Adams versus Hosler again. We get to see if this is the chance for a best-of-3 to truly go to a game 3. We've seen Adams so far play a much more reactive style. They shone through at the very end. They got that 1 point over Hosler, and that turned things around. But Hosler, they had the dominancy for the most of this first matchup. It's just a matter of seeing if they can win kickoff and get that ball back in.
I have to give kudos to these teams. They have picked some very pretty maps. As a person who loves colors and a person who's very like ADHD, I appreciate this. This is like tickles to my brain.
I'm happy you like colors. You would be a very good art student because it's a school.
Oh.
Ooh, yeah.
Specifically, Compton Unified
Oh.
or Compton College.
I bet they have a good art program here, but
Oh,
my Hosler, the ball teeters on in. We got to see the replay of that. It moseys on in like it owns the field. I guess the ball kind of does. Oh,
Yeah.
that's so
Yeah.
unlucky there.
Oh, no, and you see Adam's player just turning the corner. That's called a little bit of miscommunication. It happens. But how do you reciprocate? How do you come back and try to fix that error is going to be the question for Team Adams.
Team Adams right now, a spot we haven't really seen them in before. They got the first goal of the entire set. They've always had that leading factor, if not a tie. Hosler has not been in the lead just yet. How fast Adams can react and score a ball back. I imagine here they're going to play very aggressive, try to even up the odds as soon as they can to ensure that timer gives them enough time to score one goal over.
I do love to see the use of that boost pad. They're all above 50, so you are going to be able to send the ball scurrying away wherever you please. Good passing happening here. Trying to look for that second player, but nope. It's Hostler saying we're going to take it back to your court. Demolition also in play for Teams Adam. That's only 2 teammates on the field here for Hostler.
Just for a few seconds, though, the teammate will respawn back. They are most certainly back by now. Good travel with the ball there, right on the court of Adams. That could have been devastating for the team, but still, though, very reactive style. We are seeing at least one player playing aggressive towards the ball, looking to steal it away from Hosler's side. That could have been it for a strike. Saved just in time by Hosler's defense.
QOV, very good control of the ball. I mean, just maintaining the ball in your possession while doing a spin in the air is a very difficult task to complete in this game. So kudos to these players. All post block there. No one's home to answer to that second hit. They just keep playing defense back and forth, but no one's home again for Adams.
2 minutes 10 on the clock. It's just a matter of seeing, again, can you run down the timer if you have a 1-point lead? That can come back and bite you, though. If there's even 10 seconds, 1 second left, and Adams scores a goal, it goes to overtime.
Oh, there is 2 players only left on the board. Will that help them? You got to take advantage. You said only 3 seconds of that player being gone. That back approach, playing more of a defense here for Team Adams. Ball now across the court here. Radifly trying to get elevation, but not quite enough.
Adams is trying to hold control of the ball now. Set up for a proper way for Radifly to maybe have a chance to have the bounce off, steal the ball back, and get it to the midfield for a score. Easier said than done, though. This player for Adams may very well be able to do that, but is there a follow-up? The answer is no. The follow-up could come from Hosler, and it does!
You have a minute 19. It seems like a lot of time here, folks. But as you can tell, the tides turn so quickly in this game. You have to make sure the positioning is immaculate. And so far, there hasn't been that backup player there for Team Adams.
No. Adams is too busy playing that defense, too, now for Hosler. Don't know where Adams was. Really good work overall. But this is the chance for Adams to strike back and make sure it doesn't go to a game 3.
Oh, I mean, it's got to start now. 30 seconds left on the board. You're fighting for it, 50 on 50. We see possession now in the hands of Hosler, who has 2 goals already in the mix. They don't need to worry. If they want, they can just keep the ball away from Adams.
That's right. Hosler has the advantages all throughout now. A score is out. Adams, this is the moment of life. They just need one more, 48 seconds left. The crowd goes wild for them. Adams, this is their chance. One more goal needed, and we could recreate history with another overtime.
We can do it. They took less than 10 seconds to get that goal. So, hey, in reality, you can do it if you put your mind to it. Are they going to do it once again from half court? No, denial.
Oh, the follow through off the backboard. That was the chance, and the ball is stealing away from their team. This is the chance, though. If only Team Stereo can just get the proper position. Hosler's playing the keep away game, stealing it away. That being said, though, this could be a chance. It was nearly set up for perfection. Team Stereo, the whole team of Adams is realizing this is their last chance to get that ball into Hosler's court.
They do have it on their half. There's a couple passing. 10 seconds.
2 and 2.
That was on the defense of Team Hostler. Adam said rejection. We're going into OT, folks.
There's still one last chance for either one of these teams to get a score. A battle for a game 3 or Adams for the grand final spot. All comes off of kickoff here. Kickoff goes in Adams' favor, barely. 5 seconds left. Double
Two
demo.
demos.
1-0. We go to OT.
Wow. And I wonder if that was the strat. If we get 2 demos out, maybe we can just hold them still, but it's okay. OT, first goal will get them into the leading game. It could either be 2-0 here for Team Adams, or Hostler takes us into match number 3.
All it takes is 1 goal, either side. The stakes are high for one of these teams. A chance for elimination or a chance for a game 3. Ratty's gonna play the stopping game. The pressure is out now against Hostler. We've seen them play so aggressive so early on, but now they're forced to play full defense. A half-court shot nearly connects against the backboard. Kov does a great job bringing it back to the midfield. Team Stereo could do the same thing. Hostler sends the ball back over, guiding light in the darkness of this matchup. It might be possible with 45 seconds now onto that timer. Time is still going upwards, and it shows no sign of stopping. Pressure is out. Adams takes it, steals it away. 2-0. We have our grand finalists.
Oh, that was so good. Such an insane matchup, and we couldn't be happier. The crowd is cheering. The teams are smiling. I mean, one more than the other. You can't blame them. But we are going to have our 2 finalists, which is going to be Team Adams versus Team Stauffer.
That's right, and I'm very excited to see how both these teams played out. Both these teams have had a great balance of aggression and defensive hold. It's really anybody's game at this point, and it's a battle for, of course, the famous, I should say, Lollipop Lollipops, and plenty of other prizes to go. But we'll talk about that more once we get the grand final set up, and that'll just be a few minutes away. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, STEAMFest. We have the Compton Cup with the grand finals for the Middle School Rocket League Championship heading wow, it's one of those days. Heading out in just a few moments. My name is Max. I'm joined by Evie once again. Stauffer versus Adams, and we get to see who can win that grand prize.
Yeah, we've seen some incredible Rocket League. I mean, these kids have spent insane amount of hours. I could tell by the control they have on the ball. I could tell by the comebacks. I could tell by the OT. And yes, thank you. Congratulations to both of them. And we're going to get right into it, Max. We're not even going to wait. We're going to just W key into here. May the best team win.
Hey, these kids are better than the professional players. They want to play, and they're not going to stall for 2 hours like we've seen plenty of people who get paid full-time to do this. But gripes aside, the winning team's members will get a $30 gift card to GameStop and a middle school esports Compton Cup trophy, which was 3D printed, and of course, my personal favorite, the Lollipops. Wow. Already a goal for Stauffer. Okay.
Stauffer said, we're not stopping for anything. And are we surprised, Max? I mean, Stauffer was the team that went into match number 2 with the 5-0 score.
Yeah, absolutely. Stauffer looked incredible coming into their first series. Adams, they had a slower game 2. They had a very confident game 1. It's almost the opposite of Stauffer, right? Where it was a very fast game 1, slow game 2. Stauffer the opposite. We'll say, though, for a second in that second game, Adams, they were behind. They brought it back, denied the chance for OT, and still won it out.
I mean, coming from that, you're going to have to be warm, so you should be pretty ready to go against the fire of Stauffer.
Oh, yeah. Stauffer's doing such a great job thus far. 4 minutes on the clock now. Okay.
Wow.
Sure, man. Why not? Stauffer's looking fantastic.
And also, that is one of the top players there for Stauffer, Dark Zone, looking to get his first goal onto the board.
Now, is it Dark Zone or Dark Season?
That's a great question.
I've seen some pro players with the SZN at the end of their name. Usually it's, I think it's Season, but I could be wrong.
Listen, I like both.
Yeah? Dark Season, Dark Zone.
Yeah.
When I think of a Dark Season, I think of winter.
Oh, yeah.
Or fall, like October.
Listen, today seemed to be a dark season. We had clouds. We had a little bit of cold.
It is
no more.
Sunny as sunny could be outside.
They heard it was Rocket League season, and they said, that's all good. We're going to bring out the...
Now the outside looks like the map.
Yeah.
But you know what this map is missing? All the amazing vendor trucks outside.
Lots of yummy food if you are looking. After this, of course, you don't want to miss this insane matchup here by Adams and Stauffer, which is best of 3.
You get 30 seconds in between these games. That's enough time to get a slice of pizza, right?
I mean, depends. Is there a line?
I don't know. I mean, there will be with all the players coming on after.
There will be indeed. But Adams, before thinking about food, they need to start thinking about how can they keep control of this ball.
Well, they can speak for themselves. I'm always thinking about food. And let me tell you, I am hungry for a dub here for Adams' side. 2 minutes and 50 on the clock now. Adams still struggling to find that first point. As I say that, though, as I live and breathe, Adams, they are the team to steal it back.
QOV, another player that you had to keep an eye on for that previous match, able to make that almost half court. Okay. I gasped, but it was almost half court.
Let's take an attempt. How do you pronounce that name?
I'm not even gonna attempt.
No,
I'm just gonna call him QOV.
Okay, I'm gonna venture a guess. Quavix.
Quavix. What's the definition?
Quavix. Yeah, use that in a sentence. Quavix is to win a goal and get Adams 2-2 against Stauffer.
Or to get demolition.
Or to get demolition. Yeah, there's 2 different definitions.
Yeah. Very different ones. But nonetheless, it's still the ball in control of Stauffer. In Adams' red corner. The ball misses. There was no team follow-up there. So now Adams gets to send it back around, potentially. Possibly. Listen, there's a lot of cars flying everywhere.
Woo! What a save from Quavix's side. I will say, though, this is where Adams seems to shine the most. They like to start at a deficit, bring it back into a lead. Minute 50 on the clock. I think there's plenty of time for Adams to do it.
Wow, that was a really great dribble there by Stauffer, but hey, doesn't amount to anything. So you can show all your fancy skills, but if you can't get the ball into the goal, what's the point?
Yeah, the fanciest skill is the win. Let's see which team can do that here. Stauffer, a great job early on, great communication. That's something we highlighted in their matchup, is that they would have this cross-map placement, coordinating where the ball needed to go, and the follow-ups off of Stauffer's individual players was sublime. But so far, Dark Zone, Dark Season, great job early on, gets the ball back. Just a matter of seeing, can Adam steal it back themselves? The answer is possibly, but they haven't been able to get the follow-through into a goal just yet.
Although right now, Stauffer looking a little bit like they're trying to juggle their position. And just as I say that, they get across the court. There was that third man there near the goalpost, but unfortunately, I don't know what that the pulse was like there in order to defend. So that ball just goes over, and Stauffer continues to lead with the 2-goal.
Yep, just a few seconds late there, unfortunately. It happens. Adams, though, less than 1 minute left now. Stauffer, a great job maintaining the lead, 2 points thereafter. Where have we seen this position before from Adams? Was it maybe game 2 between them and Hosler, where they were down 2 points? They brought it back and got 3 and stole the overtime opportunity away?
That happened, and we're going to have to look at Rattlefly. I think that's his name. Ratify? That was the key player to make sure that they went into the OT. But I guess Stauffer said, no, Stauffer, not today. We're going to take this game 1, or at least we're going to try to. I mean, 30 seconds, that's going to be a really tall order.
Yeah, Stauffer's making this pretty tough now. 3 points, 30 seconds. You've been the math wizard thus far. That's about a goal every 10 seconds, right? Off kickoff?
Yeah, 4 seconds per goal, potentially. And, okay.
What's the math now?
The math is ruined. Listen, we're going to have to go find some official STEAM
get an abacus.
Here. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Stauffer kind of looking a little bit like their game number 2 in their series.
Yeah, this is looking good, Stauffer. They had they really got their nose to the grindstone, I guess is the best way to put it, in the mid-match, and they can adapt very easily. They recognize Adam's biggest strength, similar to Bunch, where they like to play very reactive to where the ball will go rather than dictating the ball's pace. And again, both philosophies can work, but Stauffer really making it work for game 1 here. A 4-point lead for the win. Looking good. Only 1 more needed now for them to be the grand champion winners of the Compton Cup.
Oh, their crowd cheering. The crowd's happy. They look happy. Look at this.
Yeah, they
to
look so happy.
be able to play in a tournament while in middle school and be so good at this game too.
I think I know the key to success. It's the Lightning McQueen hat. It's got to be.
I think they need to share some skins.
Can we get a Lightning McQueen hat? Production. Yeah?
Ooh.
Oh, it's in the budget.
All
yes!
right.
Lightning McQueen hats for everybody.
Incoming. We can't promise that, by the way. We do promise some lollipops, though.
Oh, I want some lollipops.
Okay.
Well, you know what? I'll be happy to take it. Just a matter of seeing now how game 2 comes by. Maybe an opportunity here to bring things all the way to a game 3 for the grand finals. I, for one, am very excited because not only is it the prizes that we already talked about, you get a trophy, lollipops, quite a bit more, but also $500 in computer supplies going to the winning school. And that goes for your computer department, gaming department, any departments with electronics, pretty much. I think you can kind of get away with it. But I got to say, I'm very excited. I can see the screens over there. Seems like we're just about ready to go to game 2, and what could very well be our final matchup for the middle school Compton Cup Championship happening momentarily, Evie.
Yeah, if you're online on YouTube, cheer on your favorite school. But if you're also here in the crowd, feel free to cheer away when your team is doing phenomenal. Sometimes we get a little quiet, but you guys can cheer on your teammates. I mean, they're doing such a great job at representing not only their team, but also your school.
Yeah. We're going to say that, and next time we're going to see one of the parents coming completely painted like it's like a football game. I'd be down for that, though.
No, wait, Keg.
That was wild.
10 seconds into the game.
Break it down for me.
10 seconds into the game, just a lob. That's all I got.
Yeah.
Lobbing there.
That was great off the kickoff. Went to the side for Stauffer. And then, again, the follow-throughs that we're seeing. Player will get kickoff. Positioning is sound for the secondary player. It is the secondary players that are making the big difference here for Stauffer, ensuring that they can get these goals.
Yeah, we can see their boost never goes below 50. And as I say that, they seem to just be running around, holding out the boost pads there to make sure that when they need it, it is available to them. The aerial control also on the hands of Stauffer is really what's helping them get across the base. Seems like Adam likes to play a little bit more on the ground, a little bit more grounded situation, but so far has not paid out.
Having watched Rocket League for Lollipop Labs for over a few years now, I've realized that the teams that succeed the most in Rocket League are the teams that get aerial goals. The ones that can spike that ball from the midfield straight down into the goal against any of these teams really have the most consistent value of winning these championships. Stauffer is one of those teams. Unfortunately, not quite the case for them this time around. Adams, though, didn't find much off the backboard.
Very nice
Vertical slice comes by, but it's not enough. The ball said no. I don't want to go to the goal.
Oh, this is a chance for Adams. Where is Adams? Rest of the team. Just one. Now the defense coming through. They're able to keep the ball on Stauffer's half court. Can they maintain it there?
Really the big question right now. Dark Season has been the player to look out for, but he gets demoed right away. Adams are well aware that he has been a problem in the server, and one way to get rid of a problem, my guess, is to demo them for 3 seconds.
But they're back in the mix. I mean, hey, you were gone, now you're back. Maybe a little bit more angry than before. A pulse, but the follow-up, and yes, indeed, Stauffer able to get the lead once again.
Stauffer's going to have to find a way to continue this lead, though. Adams has been a team that can make the comebacks happen, but with 3 minutes on the clock, they have plenty of time for game one to do it too. And while there were signs of life, they did get a few goals. It wasn't enough to catch up to Stauffer, which allowed them to win that first game.
You got not only the defeats from game number one, but this lead now built up by Stauffer. We're going to need the crowd to cheer for Adams if you want them to have any sort of potential to bring it back. There's nothing like the school spirit.
That's right. It's like an anime power-up for these kids. It's a way for them to guarantee that they can make their way through. 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, though. Plenty of time left for Adams! That could have been it! Twice over for Stauffer, having the chance to get the ball into the court, but it was stopped by Adams just in time.
Flip through the air. Gets it to the half court of Adams, but the defense is already there. That's 2 players on the ball. Where's the third? Comes in flying from half court. The ball hits the post, and it's Dark Season or Dark Zone, whichever you like. I'm guessing it's this gentleman right here.
I think it's Dark Season because the sun may very well be setting on one of these teams right now for the championship. Certainly not for Stauffer, though. 3-0 right now, 2 minutes on the clock. I think the goal record we've seen so far today has been 5. Yes, and that was from Stauffer too. Yes, that was game 2 versus Bunch, and they've done a great job maintaining that lead. I will say, though, these goals have come by slower for Stauffer than it did in that matchup. So Adams' defense looking good, but the big issue we've seen from a lot of teams so far has been, how do you match the offense of Stauffer?
Yeah, there's so many backups with Stauffer, and you know, once you get the rhythm, it seems like it's hard to stop it. Stauffer just has it.
It's the Lightning McQueen hat. It's magic.
No.
If I were him, I'd be wearing it every day.
Yeah. Even in person?
Yep, in person, not in person, when I go to sleep, all times a day. Have it fused to my head for how successful it's made me.
I mean,
and my own individual skill, I guess.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, 1 minute 30 seconds left. There needs to be some sort of answer here for Adams if they want to take us to game number 3. Demolition might be the answer. I don't know. Let's check it out. But the ball's still in their danger zone.
That's right. 1:10 left now. Potentially the end of the road for Adams. They have to find a way in. 0-4. They are down by quite a bit, but this is their chance to bring it back. Adams has every opportunity under the sun to do so. But Stauffer, their defense has been good. It's just a matter of seeing if Quavix can make it work. No! Stolen by Stauffer!
Unfortunate. Stauffer's perfect, clean defense. They're consistently looking to battle the positioning of the ball. They don't care. They'll go 50-50. It doesn't matter.
30 seconds now. I don't know what the math looks like. That's for the math teachers in the audience. But let me tell you, Adams, they're going to have to win off kickoff almost every single time. But the ball was bouncing around. Stauffer has no reason to go into kickoff. They're going to play a game of keep away, a game of denial. Never mind. Kickoff once again off of a goal of Stauffer.
They are unstoppable. And if you're Team Stauffer, then you're feeling mighty high off of these goals.
Trying to think of a pun. It's unstoppable.
Unstoppable?
Ooh, unstoppable Stauffer. Let's see, though. 15 seconds left. Adams needs to find a way back into this. The final countdown is out. Seemingly impossible. Stauffer's all but guaranteed their lead. 3, 2, 1. Stauffer will be your Compton Cup champions.
Very nicely done. The game don't stop until that ball hits the ground, and there you have it. If you are Team Stauffer, you are feeling absolutely phenomenal. And if you're in the crowd, please give it up for them one more time. Such a wonderful display of Rocket League.
Wonderful work coming out from Stauffer. Fantastic work all throughout their matches. They looked fantastic, and I gotta say, very well deserving of their championship wins. $500 for computer supplies going to Stauffer schools, and of course, they get the $30 GameStop gift cards, and my
Lollipops.
favorite, lollipops, and of course, the Compton Cup trophy. But come on, they get lollipops.
I haven't had a lollipop since, like, I can't even remember.
I think production needs to give us Lightning McQueen hats and lollipops too.
Shout out to the Compton Unified, Compton College and Compton Unified School, as well as Stauffer. Congratulations. Very well done. All your hard work, all your dedication, your coaches, your teachers, they played a huge part of you being here and being able to enjoy this. And everyone in the crowd, thank you so much for cheering them on and not only showing how video games could be a great way to learn multiple skills.
It's like a big group project and everyone enjoys it. There's always a different way to solve each puzzle, and each of these teams have done a sublime job showing what they could do here today. And of course, with that being said, that will conclude the middle school championship, and we will have our trophy ceremony. The YouTube audience will have to wait before we get to high school, because we have Marvel Rivals coming up pretty shortly. Welcome back, Compton Cup. We are back yet again. Now we have Marvel Rivals for the high school leagues. My name is Max. I'm joined by Evie, and we're going to be seeing who can crown themselves the winner of the Compton Cup here. Of course, it's the same prizes as the Rocket League Middle School. You're going to get yourself lollipops, trophies, money for your school's computer supplies, and gift cards for GameStop. But our first teams of the day are Dominguez versus Villa Park. And I gotta say, I'm very excited to see how this plays out in the best of one.
Yeah, the best of one, that means you have 0 chance for error.
That's right.
You got to pick out your
flawless.
Yeah, your best agents, your best characters, and you got to make sure that you are nice and prepped. Now, I'm sure these teams have practiced a lot, but what are some things that normally you see falter in a Marvel Rival team?
It all comes down to communication. You could have some of the best duelists, you could have some of the best strategists in the world, but if you don't have the right team composition, if your front line, your back line, your mid line all falls apart, it takes a full team. It's really a village that raises up each of these teams, and if one player out of all 12 in the server isn't doing their part, the enemy team can win. But we're heading over to character select just about now, and we're going to be seeing exactly which team wants to lock in what. First matchup will be Spider Island, so it will be Convoy. It's not going to quite be domination, so we won't know how these teams are playing out there yet. Convergence would have been the best of both worlds. We could have seen some domination, some of the Convoy aspects. That won't be the case, but we do see the full lock-in from Dominguez's side, and okay.
What is it giving you?
It's pretty good compositions both sides now. Villa Park haven't fully locked in what they have just yet. Reminder, there are no hero bans across the board. So Villa Park right now, and we'll give it a few extra moments. So actually everyone's wearing headphones. So the fact that Villa Park has Gambit, I think early on is going to be a very good sign for them. Jeff is good on the attacking side, Convoy early on. Triple strategist from Villa Park, with Daredevil being the only duelist, is pretty good offensively. But Dominguez, as long as they can get into the back line with the hands of that magic, they shouldn't have too much to worry about.
All right, well, we're going to start off. And of course, for all of you guys that are just learning about Marvel Rival, there's going to be a lot going on. So don't focus on just one single thing happening. Think about the whole picture, right? There's a shield, you're going to have a tank, making sure that the front line is nice and protected, kind of like you see Hulk here doing, right? Hulk's the big man. He's going to try to hold on the line, hold on to the convoy.
That's right. The Convoy is going to be this little spider bot in the middle. The goal now for the attacking team, that will be orange early on, is, all right, how do we get this all the way to the 3 most amount of points? That's going to be the big question here. The defensive team is going to ensure, hey, we're going to try to stop you from getting to those points before that timer on the orange side runs to 0. It's at 3 minutes 15 right now. Just a matter of holding that. But each time you do hit that check mark, the specific points, you do get more timer on the clock. So Villa Park, all they have to do is try to get up the hill for this very first point. That'll be the goal so far. For the people in the audience who are wondering how to tell if a team is winning or losing, keep an eye on the percentages below the heroes' names. Those will be the ultimates. Invisible Boundary, which is Invisible Woman's ultimate, that's the first to come out. We do have Ricky the Hulk, just about ready to use Monster Hulk, and that's going to be the Kumio Unleashed, which is going to be the White Fox ultimate coming out early, and you can see why this game can be pretty complicated. It's every ultimate at once. The most powerful ult in the game, Chris Crop on the Gambit, brings out the Raging Royal Flush. Damage amplification for everybody's going to allow someone like Dark to use Kraken Impact early on, which is the Winter Soldier ultimate. That's going to create so much space for the attacking team to get that convoy on by.
And even though so much was thrown into the mix, you can still see the convoy not moving as fast as Villa Park wants it to. One thing also to note for is going to be how many players are on each team. If a player is grayed out, that means that they are out for at least a couple seconds.
Yeah, just for a little bit.
Takes a little bit of time to get back into the mix, but that's where you take advantage if you are the attacking team. That's your time to push forward. It's a lot about zoning. It's a lot about choke points, and this is a very good choke point here for Dominguez. They keep holding on to it, not even allowing any sort of improvement on that convoy.
Yeah, Spider Island's going to be really tough for both sides here for this first choke point. Generally, if you get this first one, for the attacking team, you're pretty good to get the other two. This first one's very defender heavy. Dominguez right now, fantastic job holding the line. We did see a lot of big pushing potential off of the Gambit and the Winter Soldier. Unfortunately, though, it seems like Dominguez again, the Vanguards have been doing such a great job early on holding the line. Big swap has been made, though. 3 strategies now for Dominguez to hold the line. Ricky no longer on the Hulk. Instead, will be going to the Cloak and Dagger to hold down for those final moments. 1 minute left.
1 minute left, 2 ultimates, one already being thrown in the mix. Second one comes on in for Villa Park, and there's still 2 more available. Dominguez has to hold on. They captured 2 ultimates on their side as well, but time is ticking little by little, and that point has not been captured.
That's right, the Magneto on Villa Park's side had brought on Meteor M. That was designed to shut down the Invisible Woman ultimate. It did not, unfortunately. Ricky now 50% off of getting that Cloak and Dagger, Eternal Bond. It's going to be the Kraken Impact off the hands of the Raging Royal Flush. Once again, that's going to be the Loki ultimate use, though. Loki and Gambit, a very strong composition, allows you to have 2 of the strongest ults in the game, not once but twice over. Unfortunately, though, Dark was not able to find a lot off the hands of the Kraken Impact. Agamotto was out. A massive stun against the defense. That's going to be huge. Villa Park shut down potentially. No, 67. 6-7's gone. And this is a chance now. 10 seconds left before overtime. A final push necessary. It could be down to the hands of Ricky. 97% onto this Cloak and Dagger. Barely survives. The carpet that could be created off this ult will not be enough. And that's going to be the first point gathered to Villa Park.
Ooh, all right. Well, I'm going to let you take a breather there. This is a best of 1, which means the defending team will have a chance to rebuttal, but if they cannot pass that line, that point of what Villa Park lands on, then that is going to be a defeat. Unfortunately, a best of 1 makes it just that much spicier. And as you noticed, it's about timing, it's about zoning, it's about how you can obtain that number advantage. Ultimate's huge role, and right now Dominguez has 4 of them on the board.
A lot of these fights are determined by the ultimates and how they're used. That's going to be a great Hand of Kongshu, the Moon Knight ultimate alongside the Invisible Woman. Divine Impact early on. Stalling will be the name of the game. 1 minute 43 seconds on the clock. 3 strategist ults are available for Dominguez. I'm not sure what we're going to be seeing Alex wait for the Gambit ult for. There's not a lot to really follow up off of it. Could be maybe building a Moon Knight ult yet again, but there's not a lot of damage amplification needed.
Oh, that was a really great Hulk ult that split up Dominguez, and we see a couple of the players go down. But how can you keep this lead? It's actually 4 for Villa Park that go down. So number advantage right now for Dominguez, and the hold is going to stay strong.
That's right, and we did see Villa Park, I believe, use the portal off of Doctor Strange fairly early on. I'm not entirely sure what the timer on that is looking like now. I think both sides have used theirs. Hulk once again going to make that lead charge back into the point. Exile was used early, but unfortunately didn't find a lot. Hand of Khonshu is back out once again, creating that space. The follow through, unfortunately not there. Ricky holding the line, had used Eternal Bond at some point, but again, I'm watching both Gambits, both having their ultimates. The Raging Royal Flush could absolutely help win out this next team fight.
Only 34 seconds left. It's going to be down to how these 5 ultimates play out and who ends up getting the upper hand so far. Numbers in favor of Dominguez. Health ticking little by little. A shutout here for Villa Park, and it's going to be another ultimate invested. 14 seconds left. Can they obtain the second point? Numbers dwindling little by little.
10 seconds left. 67 does have Agamotto available here. That's going to be incredibly tough to hold the line. We do have Eternal Bond for the stall. Hand of Contra was used out alongside the Agamotto. Endless amounts of damage. This is the Meteor M. Needs to shut down the Cloak and Dagger, but hits the shield of Doctor Strange instead. That's going to be shut down. Huge Hand of Contra on top of the Horde of Proteus brought out by the Namor, shutting down Villa Park completely. 1 player left. That will be the Hulk. No time to bring down Portal. 7 seconds until Max Heater comes back in, if he can even get Portal. There's not enough time and very little survivability. The Monster Hulk was out. Will there be a Portal? The answer is no. Villa Park, only a single point.
But you said that single point could be the hardest part because it's that hardest choke point to beat. So maybe if time is in the favor of Dominguez, they could potentially gather that second. Again, reminder, single elimination. You don't beat this, you go home, and you get better.
Could be the end of it, yeah. Absolutely necessary here for Villa Park. I think they've had a better hold of the meta. Really impressed with how they've been playing. The fact that there's no hero bans whatsoever. You had the Gambit Loki composition very early on. This time around, needed to play more aggressive. Crisscross is scaring me because of the Black Cat hover. Might be very lethal here. Very curious to see what they can do with that, especially with I Love Deftones rocking them the more. That could be a potential shutdown against the Black Cat. Looks like they backed off that maneuver, however. They're relying on the Star-Lord instead, which is meta to utilize not only his damage amplification off of the Gambit ultimate, but also the CYA, which is Rocket's ultimate for more damage amp. So you're constantly feeding damage amplification inside of Dark Star-Lord. He should be able to one-shot just about everybody on Dominguez.
That's so much expectation on one player and the player composition. So communication needs to be really, really on point for Star-Lord and Rocket player. Otherwise, the strat might not pan out.
Well, the scary thing is that there's not really any counterplay for Dominguez against the Star-Lord. Every character you see on Dominguez is extremely grounded. They're only going to be able to fight the Vanguards on the ground. There's not really much counterplay for someone who flies around. Just like how Dark is, he can poke in, he can poke out, utilize the team up with Rocket to teleport his way out directly too, and nobody can follow through off of that.
The start of the action. You're looking for a division, right? Where can you divide a player, kind of zone them away from their teammates? You want to poke at the Vanguard, or the DPS as much as possible. That way you don't get that output, that way you don't get flanked. There's so much strat to this game, but also not only the visual of everything going on as well can make things just as hard. But Hulk there, taking a bunch of damage, back to his regular form.
The problem, though, with the Star-Lord is even with damage amplification, it can be hard at times to get those solidified KOs against your enemy opponent, especially if they're rocking the triple strategist. Not the case for Dominguez, though. Only double strategist, but even then, the heals have been sound, and Dominguez has been making a lot of progress on this convoy. For Star-Lord, you have to rely on this Galactic Legend to find impact. You are constantly feeding into his ultimate. Koi tries to bring out Eternal Bond, shut down as soon as it started up. That's a huge pick for Dominguez. They won't be able to get that ultimate back for a while.
Dominguez looking way better than we saw Villa Park on their attack. They're almost to that first point.
Okay, there we go. Dark does have Galactic Legend available. Great shutdown from the hands of Villa Park. This is a moment of truth, though. Crisscross also has Raging Royal Flush set up and ready. The only thing that could shut it down now is the singular shield off of 6-7. Will that be enough?
2 minutes on the clock. All the bodies near the convoy. Trying to pick off someone.
Max Eater's going in deep, and there it is. Double ult are out now. Agamotto on top does not hit the Star-Lord. That does leave an easy time for this teammate to find impact. That's only going to be one player down. That's not enough impact off of the Star-Lord ultimate. It does drive the attackers away. A minute 30 still left on the clock, though. Still plenty of time to regroup.
How will they regroup is the question. Do you just fall back? Do you continue to fight? So far, Star-Lord is picking off damage here, there, wherever possible.
Okay, there we go. Dark Child is out. That's going to be Magic's ultimate. Again, dividing out the front line from the back. That's what you want. And so far, this Magic is putting in the work. At this point, if I'm Villa Park, I might start considering a swap. It's going to be hard to shut down this Magic.
2 players down for Villa Park. That's going to be the moment of attack.
A quad! Oh.
That is insane. 53 seconds. They got to get to the point, though. Even though, yes, all this fighting off of the convoy is important, so is pushing the convoy to its destination, and they do manage to do that. They need to beat the exact distance for Team Villa Park.
That's right. We see the first checkpoint. 3 minutes on the clock now. Look at that yellow point towards the top. That's where that convoy needs to go for Dominguez to win this best of one. Realizing now this defensive Star-Lord has not been working out. These Vanguards on the front line need more help. 3 strategists mean that, yes, you could have a lot of damage up in the front, but you still leave a lot of players in the back exposed, and that's where this Magic is taking the most advantage. Dark is swapping back to the Winter Soldier. He's going to be fighting on the ground with everybody else defending these strats because they absolutely need it. But that pressure's still amounting. Not much more room for Dominguez to go before they can convert themselves and win this best of one. Double ultra out now from Villa Park's side. The CYA, the Eternal Bond, the nuclear arsenal being used from Villa Park this early is a great dub for Dominguez. They still have invisible boundaries set up and ready to go. But with those ults gone, they can use that ult on their own terms.
Very well positioned from Ricky. Ricky being the Vanguard and being able to come in and out of action, but still also creating that space for Dominguez to continue to push the payload. I've only seen Ricky be out of that Hulk form once, if that.
He's been utilizing a lot of presence. But I gotta say, the duelists from Dominguez have been doing such a great job taking a lot of these isolated fights, making things incredibly difficult for Villa Park. That's gonna be Dominguez taking it back, winning the best of one, and securing their championship spot.
Very well done. And unfortunately, this is a best of one, which means that Dominguez will be able to make it to the grand final, which we have the next 2 teams, which I believe is Downey and Linwood.
I believe you're right, and I'm very excited to see how it plays out for them too. Downey and Linwood will be our next team. Best of one, it was Convoy. The mode was random, and I gotta say, if you have to choose one mode to be randomized, I think Convoy is probably the biggest litmus test to see how a team can absolve themselves in fights. Can they be aggressive? Can they hold the line? Can they play defensive? Can they regroup and figure out how they can adjust and play together in some of the toughest circumstances in this game? I think they did. I'm going to take myself back a sec. I think Dominguez did a very good job doing that.
Yeah, and it's about adapting as well. We talk about, hey, this STEAMFest and how it's all about creativity, working with your hands, being very hands-on. The game is about being hands-on.
Absolutely.
And coming up with strats when things aren't working out your way. I think Villa Park maybe felt a little bit too comfortable with that Star-Lord you mentioned earlier, and it could have taken maybe a couple of different characters out of the mix to try to problem solve. Unfortunately, you only had one try, so hey, that's it, and Dominguez is going to make it into that grand final. We have the next matchup, but we're going to make you guys wait a little bit. So hold on just a tad second. We're going to get these 2 teams ready, and we will bring you that semifinals number 2.
It's the Compton Cup, and we do apologize for our technical difficulties, but we just wanted to ensure that we get the best gameplay that humanity has ever seen. My name is Max, and I'm joined by Evie once again, and we're not going to waste any time. We have ourselves Downey versus Linwood. We're heading into game number 1 of a best of 1.
Wow, zero mercy. We're just going in. And the game is starting. Just a reminder, we did have the semi number 1 happen earlier, which was a battle. Right, there's a back and forth there happening from our 2 teams, which I'm hurrying to get these notes to remember the 2 teams. With the break went my brain, by the way. So,
oh man, all
Dominguez.
the Black Widows for the vibes, huh? You know what's crazy? Do you know about the whole vibes thing?
No, what's the whole vibes thing?
It was a whole thing between a bunch of streamers, but I felt weird because in a streamer tournament, it was someone wanted to play Black Widow.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I do remember.
But like,
yeah.
I'm very good friends with both people involved in that, so it's like, oh, who do you side with?
I side with this vibe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I side with it too. You know, it'd be nice if we saw Black Widow get a rework at some point. She desperately needs it, but you know, that's not for the Compton Cup to worry about. We have Da Vinci versus Downey though. We get to see how this plays out. We're on Hell's Heaven, so I'm very curious to see what this turns into. The thing about domination, though, especially on this map in particular, is that one map out of the 3 sub-maps is unlike the others. So if you win Super Soldier Factory, like this one, I'm sorry, this is Frozen Airfield. If you win this one and then you win Super Soldier Factory, obviously you're inclined to win. If you go to Eldritch Monument, which is like a very lava-based and not like the other 2, it's more indicative that you could go to a 3rd sub-map just because it's so different from the others. It's very easy to win it back. But the thing that is common with all these is that it's very easy to snowball. This first fight, Evie, needs everything for this matchup.
I mean, okay, so goal overall, capture the point, yes? And maintain the point for as long as possible. That is the ultimate goal. Of course, you were talking about how this first fight is going to determine how the next part of this matchup should go. Once numbers dwindle in a specific side, for example, Da Vinci right now currently taking possession of the point, then they're going to be able to rack up that percentage. You want to get to 100%, and that will make sure that you win that first checkpoint. Downey, though, having a hard time retreating, making sure that they get their tank back into the action.
Yeah, gotta give the comms to Downey, though. The fact that they were able to back off and give this point away to Da Vinci without losing a single life was really impressive. Still have to find a way to get back onto the point, though. Triple Vanguard setup, double shields, and the Pain Brothers with Hulk and Thing should allow a good team up with the Gamma Charge to come through to allow Thing to get a little bit more flexibility in terms of damage. Downey do get the opening pick, though. It's going to be Invisible Boundary proc early from PKPK. That's going to allow Downey to get some extra space. But again, that timer doesn't stop. Da Vinci is continuing to rack up their percentage. Kraken Impact is out. That's going to be the Spider Nest underway from Dal Morte. That's going to work out well to help secure some of the health back control. But again, Downey, they've secured the point. 46% though, not going to be an easy scenario.
No, Da Vinci has the upper hand, but numbers did go down. It was a 1-for-1. And the positioning, they were split up so much. Sometimes you have to watch out. How do you get split? Are you by yourself? If you're the tank, you could survive for a couple seconds all by your lonesome self. But in reality, the number game is huge in this game. So making sure that you don't get too much out of position from your squad.
I do like this change from Da Vinci, though. Because there are no bans in this matchup, you are enabling one of the most powerful team-ups in the entire game. It's the Gambit and Rogue marriage team-up. Because, fun fact, Gambit and Rogue are married. They're an actual married couple in the game, same as Susan Storm and Mr. Fantastic. They're also married in this universe. But it enables a team-up that allows Rogue to get damage amplification off an ability where she can already delete ultimate percentage off of the enemy team as well. So you're going to have to watch out for how hyper-aggressive she'll be in the front line. That's going to be Venizar, the Rogue, to take down Crunchy very early on. All the damage that Downey has at their arsenal has just been removed.
So they're not getting past this choke point. Da Vinci doing a phenomenal job at holding them off the point. As you can see, 90% already on this, 99, and as I speak, the number climbs one by one. Just a few more seconds, but Downey manages to get some more bodies onto the point. Now gathering a little bit of a slower pace. getting to breathe.
I like this call, though, from Da Vinci's side. 4 ults available. Soon to be 4, I should say, with Rainmaker being fairly close onto the Hulk. That's going to be Kraken Impact and Raging Royal Flush set up and ready to go. These 3 ults should be enough to allow Da Vinci to take this next point. Horn of Proteus is the only thing available now for Downey. Of course, as I say, that Fate of Both Worlds gets procced online by Rizzler. That's ultimate number 1. Make that number 2. Venizar, Del Morte, and Tyrant can use their ults all at once.
Downey.
But guess what? There's the shutdown potential. It's going to be the Kraken Impact directly on top of the Luna Snow. But that's not going to work. It's the Fate of Both Worlds keeping the entirety of Downey alive. But there's only so much you can do. The radius is only so big. Half the team of Downey falls.
Wonderful retake by Da Vinci with numbers on the board. That's going to be nothing but secured point number 1.
Wonderful.
Now talk to me, Keg, about that second point.
Well, it's randomized each time, but we are going to Eldritch Monument. This is unlike Frozen Airfield and the last point Super Soldier Factory. If there's a chance for Downey to turn it around, it is here. Not all doom and gloom for Da Vinci, though. There's a very good chance we could go to point 3. If you win Super Soldier Factory or Frozen Airfield, statistically speaking, you do win the other one. So even if Downey does bring this to sub point 3, they need to carry that confidence going to that final point, but the odds are still stacked against them.
You do carry over your ultimates with you from that
You do.
previous, so that already gives a little bit of an upper hand here to Downey. Because, I mean, Da Vinci only has 1, so potentially if used correctly, that could get them that starting fight, that number advantage from the get-go, which is what we saw Da Vinci do that allowed them to rack up that percentage.
This will be a big test of Downey's team, like how well they can communicate. Glazed Donut, Giovanni, once they get into the fight, will have ultimate available. We did see Hand of Khonshu was available for the Moon Knight pick. I wish we hadn't seen that swap. But maybe now, because of the Groot ult, he can use Strangling Imprisonment on top of this enemy team and capture all of them in one specific point. Could allow Glazed Donut to bring out his ult directly on top of them. Big shutdown off the hands of Rainmaker's Exile. That denies the chance of Giovanni to use Groot's ult right away. And because of that, Glazed Donut uses Horn of Proteus. All the team-wide shutdown potential from Downey has just been eliminated.
And Da Vinci just asserting their dominance, pushing Downey back as far away as possible. Maybe even spawn camping.
It's very possible we can see a spawn camp. It's hard to recover from this if you're Downey. Oh, but no, they're peeling. Okay. So something told Da Vinci that they have to peel back just in case. I'm not too sure what that was. Maybe just the fact that they are still 25 in. They don't have a huge lead. But right now, Swap, Crunchy now to the Magneto. Glazed Donut on the Adam Warlock. We're seeing triple come out from Downey. It's not a bad idea. We saw this a lot in Pro League, but I'm not too sure how well it's going to work here when you have something like the hands of the Winter Soldier up against you, though. Agamotto's available. Could be good to eliminate maybe the supports early on. Problem, though, Strategist covered in PK's ultimate. It's going to be a shutdown again. Da Vinci, they're working well to get behind all the Vanguard, shutting down all the Strategists right away. Triple has fallen.
Oh, Da Vinci, so dominant. It's so hard for Downey to even get a foot into the point.
Yeah, at this point you have to start considering using Super Cooking Shield Portal. Using the Agamotto not close to being set up yet, 23%. Having Portal go through onto the point might be the only chance to get past Del Morte's shield spider traps. That's going to be a tough ask, though. Jumping above and around, though. This could very well be the final fight before we go to our grand finals. It needs to work out well for Downey, and it most certainly is. Bypassing Penny Parker, getting past her nests, taking down the top player of Da Vinci, the one who's been making all the impact it feels in terms of KOs, has been such a great sign. But there is a chance now for Da Vinci to bring it back. 89% to 10. They have a lot of time to regroup here for this next fight.
Downey just needs to hold this, needs to time him off, needs to build up that percentage.
Downey needs to push up here, extend that space, use the Raging Royal Flush right away. It's going to be Venator instead. That's the Rogue trying to take down this Gambit right away. Meteor M shuts down Ajax mid-ultimate. Huge work to shut down the Duelist yet again. World Breaker is out, and that's the Hulk. Then extend that space even more. Where will So Tyrant go? Not far. That's going to be the strategist gone. No more damage amplification for Da Vinci. But there's a Karmic Revival. Adam Warlock brings the team back. The fight extends forwards. Down. He continued to keep the streak going. They just need 40% more in order to get themselves to a tied game and maybe get this second point.
All right, let's get a breather here.
If you insist.
But very well dropped by Downey, getting back into the pace of things. It's holding off with the push. Who's their main agent that's helping them hold them off the point here?
For Downey to help them out, it's going to be the 3 Vanguards you have to look at here. The fact that they only have, they have triple, so everyone's going to be pummeling in ults nonstop. Agamotto was out, but now you have to start building a Meteor M. Berserker is close to getting Invisible Boundary, and that's going to help extend that space even more. PK brings out theirs first on top of the Penny Parker. That's going to close the space, but Berserker gets Invisible Boundary themselves. That nullifies Penny's ult. No damage, no healing for either side. It's a game of stalls. Who can pump up those numbers the most? Get their ultimate next. Meteor M is so close, but there's nothing natively to shut it down outside of Ajax, who will soon have the Kraken Impact, the Winter Soldier ultimate. He brings it down early, doesn't shut down anybody. Glazed Donut and company have brought it back into overtime. There's no chance back in. Da Vinci have to relegate, lick their wounds, and hope for the best that they can take the final point.
Oh, they have to touch the point. It's 99, and with that, Downey fights back and manages to take us to map number 3.
Yeah, I was skeptical about Downey going triple at first. The fact that they didn't have a lot of native damage coming out can be very scary in a prospect like this. You can't put the blame on a specific player. This is not the game where that works. But the fact that we started seeing Del Morte's Spider Nest consistently getting bypassed really shows that there might need to be another Vanguard that needs to be brought out from Da Vinci's side. But again, I won't put the blame solely on them. I think they did a very good job, all things considered. Downey, though, rocking the triple. As long as they can keep their ultimates in line and keep that communication up, Evie, I think there is a chance they could win this.
Well, it seems like they're going to keep that same team composition into this third round. First fights, though, do seem to be going in favor of Da Vinci. Like you said, Del Morte getting passed up on that setup was unfortunate. So let's see how we use the choke points here in this map.
I will say Da Vinci like to utilize speed a lot more than Downey. The fact, though, is that you do have Giovanni. That's going to help out with the Hulk very early on to create some of that speed difference. Early fight is out now. Kraken Impact, I imagine, will come out immediately. Rizzler needs to be prepared for that, though. Karmic Revival could be used almost instantaneously here. That's going to be Heartbreaker brought out by the Rogue, shutting down Downey in this very first fight. What can you do to shut down any ultimate potential from Downey's side? It's going to work out well. Crunchy can't use Meteor M. Glazed Donut has to fly away. Does get one that's Del Morte to fall, but Glazed Donut now, Karmic Revival is out. Needs to bring back everybody at once. That's going to be 2. The entire backline's back into the fray. No Raging Royal Flush, but there is going to be a World Breaker from the hands of Giovanni that could come back soon. Agamotto needs to shut down the line. PK will be forced to use Invisible Boundary as soon as that ult comes into threat, and it's brought out immediately. Double ults are out. The Venn diagram of doom, and through it all, Super Cookie chooses to still bring out Agamotto, but only gets 2.
Oh, no advantage just quite yet. Still so much fight going into this point. Finally, Downey captures it and has the numbers. When do you peel back, though, Peg? I mean, you want to hold this choke point, but to what?
You're pretty peeled back if you're Downey right now. Da Vinci pushed up pretty far up. They're looking for an initiation tool off of Del Morte. That's not going to work out well. It's shut down by the Exile immediately from the hands of this Hulk. Enables the World Breaker to come out. Penny's still going to continue forwards to try to lay fire to the land. The mines are in the ground, but look at the damage of this Hulk whittling away. There's really no recourse. And through it all, Glazed Donut flying high up in the air has barely seen a threat just yet. There's no hit scan for Da Vinci whatsoever. Downey have worked this composition so well, and Da Vinci have refused to go for changes up until now. Del Morte swaps to the Doctor Strange. That could be good for the portal. No Agamotto just yet. But there is the potential now of a Raging Royal Flush into a Kraken Impact. Those ultimates could work out well to allow Da Vinci to get this site control.
Who starts off? Who's going to be the first point? Who's going to be the first person on the point? And that's going to be so tyrant.
Double Raging Royal Flush. A big benefit here. It's the only ultimate in the game. We're in a duo composition like this. You want to be the second team to go through to have that ultimate last. There it is. Kraken Impact is out. Super Cookie. A cleanse for 3. A triple KO. Crunchy for the follow-up. Shuts down Da Vinci. And just the icing on top. It's Glazed Donut to do so. Karmic Revival's back out. A disenfranchised Da Vinci may have lost all their opportunities to get back on. Del Morte falls, no chance for a portal. Lock and key, that's gonna be Downey taking it back, going to grand finals.
That was insane. Talk about not worrying about the first map. That second map and third map was all they needed to reverse sweep.
Yeah, that was huge. It's not often where you get to see Frozen Airfield come out first. Eldritch Monument second. Win out on Eldritch as your first point. Bring it back over towards Super Soldier Factory. The fact that the confidence reigned true, finding triple-triple worked out so well for Downey. That's what you're looking for in a composition at any level of play for Marvel Rivals.
So if you are the previous team, what are you taking from that?
I think just being able to adapt to your compositions faster. We saw the Penny Parker, we saw the Winter Soldier for quite a while, and while those aren't bad options whatsoever, you need to ensure that, like, okay, is this working to do damage? Because towards the end, we were seeing the Adam Warlock not get any threats whatsoever. A lot of damage was being soaked up instantaneously from those Vanguards that wasn't getting pressured out. Changes needed to be made to do more damage, and unfortunately, we just didn't see that until it was too late.
Now, there was 2 different game modes being played, right? For the first semi, it was Convoy, and then the second one was
Domination.
Domination, aka Capture the Flag, is what I think about for the most part. So with the 2 difference of play style, do you think that we can actually say this team's a little bit stronger than the other?
I don't think you can say that. I think both these teams are still equal because you've had 2 different modes and a best of 1. Some teams are good at convoys. Some teams are good at dominations. Convergence would really be the test to see because you do have both modes in a single game. Not what we saw here, but if we do go to a best of 3 for grand finals, that will be the true test to see which team is deserving to win the Compton Cup.
Well, you said it. We are waiting for that grand final. Don't go anywhere. Grab some water, grab some popcorn, and we will be back shortly.
There's no time to waste. We are here for the Compton Cup Grand Finals for the high school teams. It's Marvel Rivals. It's a best of 3. We have character bands. We got to see what's going on.
Yeah, and in case you missed it, we've got Downey versus Dominguez. They both had really tough fights, best of 1s, which was super cutthroat. They made it here, and they're ready to take that trophy.
I really want to see what the bands look like here. It's one of my favorite things in the world. Oh, okay, we're doing Pro League bands. Interesting. So, all right, let's see what we got here. We got Downey versus Dominguez here. Now, the way it works is that these are not going to be universal bands. They are multiversal bands. That's how we talk about it in the Pro League. So, even though Penny Parker is banned out for Dominguez, they banned out against Downey. That's not going to be the case for Downey's side. Hi. But, so, like, the Moon Knight being banned here means that Dominguez can still play the Moon Knight. They will have to have it banned out themselves. So we'll have to wait and see how it plays out here. That being said, second reserve comes through from Downey's side. The Magic and the Invisible Woman have been reserved for Dominguez. That means they cannot be banned out from Downey. Same with the Gambit. Downey will choose the second hero that they cannot have banned against them. That means these are going to be some of the most important aspects of their arsenal. Excuse me. The Hulk and the Gambit are brought out. White Fox is banned against Dominguez. Final ban here, it seems like Penny Parker's been banned out. The Adam Warlock's been banned against Downey. Not sure what Dominguez wants to ban out here. Really, the world's their oyster.
Yeah, and this is going to be crucial to how they play out the next round. And yeah, that's definitely a character that we saw be played on the team of Downey, right?
No, that was... No, we did. Yeah, we did see the Winter Soldier played out. Da Vinci also played it as well. So I'm curious to see how big of an impact that will be, because Downey didn't play Winter Soldier a lot. They went triple. But because we are going to Convergence, maybe for this early domination, they're worried about the impact of the Winter Soldier, but I'm not sure how I feel about these bans just yet. I think the Adam Warlock ban from Dominguez against Downey is going to be really, really big. I'm just curious to see what Downey's response will be. Glazed Donut was that Adam Warlock. They're now going to lock in the Ultron, which has been seeing a resurgence in this current meta.
Yeah, in recap of their Dominguez's match, they were a really aggressive team. And we saw the same thing from Downey. So it's going to be two really aggressive teams trying to get the dominant hand. Although I will say that Downey on their match looked insane. Past the first match. They were really dominant with the retake and just holding on to the point as well. So curious to see how the fire of Dominguez will pair out.
I will say, though, Shin Shibuya domination point is extremely, notoriously defender-sided. If we can see Downey break past this defense early and capture the point, more often than not, it will be all 3 points going to the attacker team's favor. That'll be a long road ahead. The fastest Pro League match ever recorded was on Shin Shibuya, this stage, where the attacking team did not get past even the first initial tick of the domination point against Gen.G. So let's see if that's possible here.
Well, listen, the fact that Ricky's out of that Hulk suit already tells me that Downey is bringing in that DPS damage.
Yeah, and something we noticed too when Downey was facing it against Da Vinci was that there weren't a lot of players really playing hit scan up against someone like Glazed Donut, who loves to play flyers. Before it was the Atom, who can't fly forever. Now Glazed Donut on the Ultron can perma-fly. This might inadvertently be a buff actually for Downey's side, but the response to that has been them bringing out the Punisher here for future play, so I think that'll be a big counterplay.
Yeah, we also see X and Leshy trade off as well. They weren't originally on that character either. So what do you think the adaptation was for?
Oh, gotcha, for the Luna Snow? Yeah, I'm curious. I don't even know if they played in the original Dominguez squad. They're not a name that I remember, so very curious to see if that's going to be, big, adaptation in terms of the macro. Could very well be a possibility here, but so far, Downey are just creating so much space.
They capture the point as well and are moving it along. You talked about that being one of the factors to it being a win for Downey here. How much do they have to push forward, or what is the strat as far as number advantage.
So it's going to be the same as any other convoy. You have 2 points that you have to connect to on convergence here. It's not going to be 3 like it's convoy. Still, very long distances ahead. Shin Shibuya, even though we're past that initial domination point, is notoriously a defensive map overall. That being said, though, Dominguez with all the ults in the world available. That's going to be Fate of both worlds. Horn of Proteus back out. Berserker and Cooking, they do have their own retaliatory ultimates that they could bring out. Agamotto will be first, soon will be Invisible Boundary. Will be nice to help levy the odds. But even then, though, I'm looking at the Psionic Seduction from 6-7. That could be good to shut down the flyer of Ultron.
Ricky is notorious for being able to get away.
Yes.
I mean, fair, he's a tank, and yeah, he has a lot of health, but I mean, this person gets caught in such insane situations and still manages to get out. Downey continuing to be aggressive, stays close to the convoy, trying to push it forward, but not quite finding just that one single pick.
Yeah, Ricky was a highlight player back when Dominguez played. He was so good about breaking up the backline control of the enemy team. But Downey, again, their communication has been sound and secure. I'm not sure if Ricky will be enough for this entire matchup. We'll see, though. Psionic Seduction is out. That's going to be bypassed by Cooking Shield. That'll be a great way of making sure a lot of the backline doesn't get affected by the ultimate too much. Glazed Donut, however, could get Rage of Ultron set up just about any moment from now. That's going to be clobbering time from the hands of Crunchy to create even more space. And with 3 minutes on the clock, it's looking all but likely that Downey will get point 1.
A character that you were talking about earlier, which is Glazed Donut, up in the air, not really being contested, and we do see his ultimate still available. When's the perfect timing for that to come down?
Rage of Ultron will probably be into the next fight. Honestly, I thought it was going to be coming out alongside Crunchy's ult. It didn't. They're just holding on to it for probably this next fight.
And that first checkpoint has been obtained here by Downey.
Yes. Obtained now. Dem is going to be the player we need to look at now. It's going to be Fate of both worlds. Needs to proc out this ult just about now. If anyone is caught in the field of view of Scarlet Witch ult, they will instantly explode.
Oh, great. Yeah. We love explosions.
But you're very vulnerable during the ultimate, so you have to do it during a healing ult more often than not. But Javon does have Exile. That could also shut down the Scarlet Witch ult, send it back to 50%. Instead, using it very risky here. Yeah, shut down before the ult can even get procced off. That's the risk you take.
Oh, man. Javon helping numbers stack in their favor. They're getting closer by the second to that second point. Once that's done, we get a rebuttal here from Dominguez, but so far this has been just really well played by Downey.
Yeah, this has been really great from Downey. The fact that the Vanguards are getting so much free real estate in these matchups is absolutely what you need. Cooking and company, this triple Vanguard setup has worked out well. Continuing the triple-triple from the Hell's Heaven matchup in the semifinals, there really hasn't been counterplay. 6-7's going to bring out the Black Panther. That's a desperation pick, something to break up the strategist in the back line in any way you possibly can. That's really the solution to beat a team like Downey's, is to find a way to expose the strategist just because of how squishy they are. But really, it's been Crunchy and Giovanni especially just on top of it, ensuring that there's a lot of protection for the back line.
Yeah, not a lot of flanking here from Dominguez. What do we think about Dem's switch?
On the Loki pick, I think that's good. You need to have a defensive strategist here. It's going to be good for anti-dive. Regeneration Domain allows a big green circle to come through on the ground for each of Loki's clones. That'll be a big healing pool that Dominguez can rely on, considering they don't really have a lot of space left to work with.
They're trying. Hey, we got to try until the end. So far, still holding them off. So, hey, even if they don't get this, if you can hold them back for the next 2 minutes and not get the second point, that does give you a little bit of hope for that next rebuttal. So that switch seems to be working in their favor.
Yeah, the Black Panther's working a lot better than I thought. Does have Bastion's Domain available now. Could see the jump down potentially into a big flanking ult. That'll be tough. You have to work the timing perfectly here. Super Cooking does have Agamotto, though. Could go for what we call the Tomahawk, which is launching Doctor Strange into the enemy backline and going for ult there. But on top of the convoy we go once again. No sign of the Black Panther. Had used ult and unfortunately had fallen. Monster Hulk available now. Look at the smash. One player away. That's going to be the Gambit. 6-7 now locks in the Spider-Man. Another desperation pick. May be able to get Spectacular Spin just in time, but the answer seems to be no. Agamotto is out. Invisible Boundaries on top. creating even more distance with the hands of the Raging Royal Flush to shut down everything once again. With only a few players left in the fray, there's no stopping power for Downey to not get all 3 points. One Agamotto was left. That could be the final nail in the coffin for this defense, and it most certainly is. Shutting the powers away, the Loki falls. 1 meter left for Downey to go before they can convert the space, and they certainly do. 3 points for Downey.
Very well. 45 seconds remaining as well.
That's right, a lot of time available.
Yeah. So it's not over yet, though. We still have 2 more, possibly. You know, depending on how this next side switch goes. As far as team composition, do you think that Dominguez should stay with what they had, or
I think that's a good question. I think 6-7 staying on some sort of some diving duelist would work out well. He brought out, you know, he brought out the Wanda. No, I'm sorry, Dem brought out the Wanda. He brought out the Black Panther. He's brought out Spider-Man. Going for the Iron Fist, I think, is a good way of getting the best of both worlds. You're not, necessarily going for the back line anymore. The Daredevil works out well, too. He is considered one of the best duelists in the game because even though you can't see with Daredevil, it's hard to explain if you're not actually physically playing him. He has wall hacks.
Oh.
So he has all the information that Dominguez could use. But between him and Iron Fist, it's really debating about whether or not you want to walk around the walls and try to melt Vanguards if you can. Going Dem on Phoenix is probably the most meta composition you could possibly get.
What about Ricky on Venom?
Ricky on Venom's going to be good to help flush out some of the strategists from getting safe positions. So the idea now for Dominguez, and I've been yapping a lot, but the idea for Dominguez here is you're really looking to just melt down these Vanguards and make them feel useless.
Well, I mean, I expect nothing less from Ricky going in head on.
Yep, there we go. Really have to rely on the strats for Dominguez, though, to keep this Venom alive just in case. Javoni's also been a huge problem, though. He's been flushing into the back lines, creating so much space. That's exactly what Ricky wants to do, but with on the Venom instead. His Feast of the Abyss ultimate will be huge once it's online, but at 43%, we're still going to have to wait. The Iron Fist was taken down immediately. Did not work the way we had hoped. 6-7 on this Iron Fist would also be a counterplay to the Ultron, but so far this Ultron has yet to see combat. He's been perfectly safe in the back lines, going for heals and damage amplifications on the 2 Vanguards.
Crunchy and Javin none. Such a good combo. You talked about Javin one being able to get in the back line, but then you have Crunchy just holding out the front of the line as well. Doctor Strange already with the ultimates as well is insane.
There it is, clobbering time. Agamotto is out. Dem bringing out Squirrel Tsunami, I think would be a really good counter option. Squirrel Girl surprisingly very effective at breaking these big triple dive compositions. This is the idea, though. Downey, historically, not the best retake team. They've always been very snowball heavy, winning that initial fight. But even in a position like this, though, they were looking dominant in the beginning. Dominguez are taking it back. They finally have players on the point, and with only Javoni left around using Monster Hulk, this could be the end of this defensive line, and we could go Convoy City.
Oh, my goodness.
Crunchy's going to portal. Crunchy's going to portal. That's going to send everyone down. His Deftones in a proper spot to help out. 87%. His Agamotto could stun everybody in time. There it is. Invisible boundaries out. Javoni bringing back Hulk once again. Needs to flush all these players away. 2 out of 3 ticks now for Dominguez. As long as they cannot get that third one, Downey can maintain this domination point. 2 minutes on the clock.
Oh, it's getting close. Dominguez. Just 2 players remaining. Downey is going to be able to collect at least this third one.
Yes. There we go. Really great retake from Downey once again. Dominguez, unfortunately, still struggling to find answers. Dem has swapped around so many different heroes, now landing onto the Iron Man. I like the idea of the Phoenix. That was probably your best bet. Iron Man, again, you're looking to go backline alongside 6-7. They're targeting this Ultron. They know he's the big source of healing and damage amplification, where the grounded forces of Berserk and Rizzler can also do damage too. They are not aiding in damage amps onto the Vanguards.
Oh, Javin one just dices in there, gets some damage, dips out. Downey on point. Now the whole squad is together. they're just not able to pick anyone out of Downey.
Yeah, no, Downey have made themselves very invincible. The fact that Giovanni, again, can take this backline control with very little help from the front line of Dominguez. Ricky needs to be on Giovanni's case, but he is simply not. He's too focused onto the front line. Where are the duelists? That's only going to be down to 6-7, but he's on Spider-Man.
Also, Deftone trying to remain on the point as well as time ticks by. You need some help, and there is a couple people. You see Spider-Man just swinging around, trying to do some pick damage, but it's not quite enough when the rest of your squad is just spread out.
If we can't see Dominguez get this third point in 30 seconds, that'll be the end of map 1. This convergence point has worked out so well for Downey. Again, we had seen them back on Hell's Heaven in the semifinals, hold down points very, very well, and they're doing a pretty dang good job doing it. Plenty of ultimates out now. Blaze brings out Rage of Ultron. Plenty of damage, from the skies. Berserk, Invisible Boundary directly on top. Clobbering time from the Loki's gonna be taking over the Thing's ultimate. Not too sure how I feel about that, but regardless of how I feel, Downey again are littering the KO feed in their favor. One last chance for Dominguez. That needs to be the Doctor Strange portal. Simply no time, no way out. A 3-point streak now for Downey. We go to game 2.
Wow, that was a great show of talent, really, right? Talk about how much you know the game.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about how much you know your characters, even with the picks and bans. They were probably not on their optimal game because of those picks and bans, but the communication, the retakes, the aggression was so well used.
Yeah, and we see MVP Giovanni absolutely deserves the MVP slot there. I think he did the most work in just breaking up Dominguez from the mid to back line, ensuring that the strategist really never felt comfortable in the entire matchup. I don't think, of course, any player played badly. I think everyone played very well. But fact of the matter is that the duelists on Dominguez struggled, and they just could not find a reliable way to get consistent KOs, just like how Downey, on their triple-triple matchup, allowed these Vanguards to truly take on that damage-dealing mantle and find so much impact.
So what's the answer here, Keg? Because it's not over yet.
Honestly, I think the answer was what Dominguez brought out originally. We saw the Phoenix brought out. We saw the Iron Fist from 6-7. I thought that was the most confident composition we saw from them. But unfortunately, from a variety of things, mostly Giovanni, it was the Giovanni factor, I can't lie. The fact that he would just constantly take these overly aggressive fights and the Ultron not being challenged too, both of those could have been answered by the Phoenix, but whether it's comfortability or just not finding that immediate result, it just made it very difficult to keep on the Phoenix and resulted in swaps. So I'm hoping in this next matchup we get to see more Phoenixes.
That is going to be the question. What team composition are they going to bring out? I think we're going to take a small break for the teams to get a breather. No, we're not.
No,
we're not.
We're
no,
going straight in.
We're going straight in.
Well, you're going to see me sneeze live then.
I'm excited to see who, what, and what are you going to do to answer to that? Because you're down one. You have 2 more. Bless you. You have 2 more, and at least you're hoping to go into the third more. And
yes.
Keg.
Hi.
Keg is hoping that this second one will be the winning factor for Downey. But if you're here, make sure you cheer on your teammates, your school. Make sure you show that team pride. And also shout out to Compton College for having us here and being able to put this whole tournament together.
And that's right. Remember, it's going to be $500 for computer supplies on the line, $30 gift cards for GameStop for each of the players, and of course, the Compton Cup trophy and lollipops.
Can't forget the lollipops.
I love lollipops. I want a lollipop right now. Some sugar.
Something.
Yeah, I'll be down.
Listen, we're all very excited, but it's also been quite a day. I hope you guys went out there and checked out some of the awesome Steam creations that they have. They were built by the students. There are some activities for you guys to do. There's a couple of food trucks as well for you guys to hit up. There's a lot to do here, and they do this every year.
Every year. And every year, it's always a joy to be out here in Compton. Always a joy to be part of the Compton College to see what's going on. But we won't have to wait much longer. We're heading over into Domination, it looks like. It'll be Hell's Heaven once again. So we're going to be looking at the bans and picks for each of these heroes, and I'm very excited to see how it all shakes out.
Give us a good team composition.
All right, we get the full Zaza stack coming out here. All the Black Widows. You know, having worked with and, you know, been friends with Zaza for a little while now, she's super duper nice. And, you know, she's never going to live down the vibes ever again. But,
oh, no.
you know, I tried to convince her the other day. We were watch partying Ignite together, and I was like, you should dye your hair red for Widow. And she's like, oh, maybe.
Oh. Well, we might see that. Oh, we see the Cruncher's pick go down.
Yeah, that's going to be truly unlucky.
Or Cunty.
Yeah, so Downey won't have Pain Brothers anymore. Really good counter pick coming out from Dominguez. I like this early on. Now, one good answer to the triple composition that we could have seen was the Moon Knight. And unfortunately, that was banned out back on Shin Shibuya. Downey, of course, make that the priority ban, which means that's the first thing they want to get rid of. What's interesting, and you'll see this a lot in the professional play, is that usually, I think almost 100% of the time, regardless of the region, Gambit's always first ban. So the fact that he can stay enabled here probably will be the next ban, if I had to guess. Having a one-sided Gambit almost guarantees you a win. But no, a Wolverine ban.
Interesting.
So the idea, if I had to guess, and I'm sorry I'm yapping a lot.
No, I love it. Go ahead.
Downey's going to go, instead of having Thing, Crunchy's likely going to go Groot instead.
Ooh. Now, we like the Groot because the Groot can do damage and heal as well, correct?
Yeah, and this opens up counter pick opportunities too. Dominguez, we saw Dem bring out Punisher. Punisher hard counters Groot a lot of the time because his damage can just destroy the walls. Maybe that's what Dominguez wants. They want to enable Dem on this Punisher the most. And we do see the magic locked in. No reserves. Okay, sure.
I'm confused.
Ultron reserved. Again, that does allow the Punisher to get 2 big counter picks.
I would like to. What is the most unhinged team composition that we could see?
Oh, jeez. There's just so many heroes in this game now. I guess just rocking the Black Widow would be unhinged.
Okay.
You know, rocking the Devil Dinosaur, I guess, could be pretty unhinged.
Oh, that's the newest.
Yeah, he came out just a few weeks ago. Honestly, Black Widow, Black Cat,
Jeff. Nobody has brought out Jeff.
Jeff.
I'm not judging.
Oh, Crunchy on the Spider-Man. Okay.
Ooh. That's a different role altogether.
Yeah, I'm not against that, though.
Is that the Venom?
Yeah, that's going to be Lord Venom.
Ooh. Okay, we're getting treat here. Ricky, we've seen on Venom. Javan one?
I think so.
We haven't seen on Venom, but we're going to get to see.
Okay. I see the idea, flexing around all the Lord characters that Berserker has. Really just dynamic on all these roles.
What is 6-7 going?
I don't know.
What
Yeah, honestly, going Devil Dinosaur wouldn't be a bad option here if you're Dominguez.
30 seconds
The
before
fact that
attack.
we already know that Dem
Get
likes to play Punisher, but instead they're on heals now. So a lot of role swaps from Dominguez's side. And you start off on Eldritch Monument. You kind of have to take this one with a grain of salt, I'd say, because, again, Eldritch is so different from the other sub-maps that you can win this one and just get steamrolled in the rest. And
I don't know that you want to take this with a grain of salt or give any sort of hope here if your team Dominguez, because you did lose the first one.
that's true, that's true.
So you gotta basically play like this is it, do or die.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be the end of the world if you lose Eldritch either. You can bring it back and still go to a game 3. It's just, you know, if that happens on Frozen or Super Soldier Factory, you're a lot more scared.
Well, I'm pretty scared here for Super Cookie, who seems to be kind of alone, kind of zoned out there.
Yeah, things are looking okay. Dem, unfortunately, is the first to go down. Javon, once again, very little counterplay. Crunchy 2 onto the Spider-Man. Can use a lot of environmental control starting off an Eldritch Monument to take people off the side of this map into the lava.
6-7 aggressive. Crunchy. Good swap on roll. Doing pretty good.
Yeah, unfortunately, no Gambit. You have Gambit available and no one's rocking him. That's a shock to me for Dominguez's side. He is the best character in the game, bar none of anybody else.
Maybe not comfortable enough with it.
Maybe. Even then, I just gotta say I'm surprised. There
Well,
we go.
What I'm not surprised is Downey having that point and continuing to add a percentage onto the board. Dropping one also just off in no man's land, trying to get a pick.
And the idea now is Deftones to play, anti-dive, having the Elsa as well for a lot of damage. Had this been the last season meta, I think this would have been a really good composition for Dominguez. Unfortunately, Elsa has fallen off a lot from nerfs, so we're not going to be seeing her be as impactful as she used to be. 91% though, off of Apex Predator, could use Glartrox to maybe send the enemy team off the map. Maybe?
Oh, Super Cookie putting in some massive damage assist here from Glazed Donut. Also, what is the counter to Glazed Donut here?
Punisher or
Okay.
Elsa. Or
Okay.
Elsa. Any hit scan should be the hard counter here. And
I feel like
so-
nobody is countering Glazed Donut right
Yeah, Glaze's positioning has just been so good. Triple KO once again against Dominguez. Unfortunately, Alex still has Glartrox available. This would be a good way to at least expose maybe the Ultron more, but we haven't seen that yet.
I saw the hope there, Ricky. I saw you trying to get away.
Now Crunchy has Spectacular Spin available too. Him and the Feast of the Abyss off of Javone would be huge.
Oh, wow. Very nice picture. Venom and Spider-Man, besties.
Yeah, my favorite combo. All right, triple duelist now. Dominguez still looking for answers. Vanguard for 6-7 didn't work out well. Feast of the Abyss, Spectacular Spin directly on top. Get plenty of stun potential there. Crunchy good for one. That's going to be the Cloak and Dagger gone once again. Only one strategist available now. XNL could maybe bring out Invisible Boundary, but it's very early on. Crunchy does fall, does alleviate some of that pressure against Downey for Dominguez to push up. This is their chance. They have to use Invisible Woman ult directly on this point. Horn of Brody is out now. Going to help clear more of that space again. 99% into OT. Looking like now Dominguez will go for their second capture of this entire match. Might be possible here, but again, Raging Royal Flush underway. Alex falls. And with the ult falling to XNL, not really having a lot of options left.
Oh, no. 3-on-3. Less numbers count on Downey. Downey just needs his last final push, but can they keep numbers on the point as his OT dwindles down little by little? And no, Dominguez is going to get to have a breather.
Yeah, really good work from Dominguez, though, keeping the streak going. Shower swapped off of the Elsa onto the Winter Soldier. I think a lot of that comes down to comfortability, too. We didn't see Glartrox used immediately, and if you're just not littering the KO feed with Elsa, it's really not worth playing her. I think having just raw damage output here with these three duelists would be a lot of impact for Dominguez.
Yeah, and although you keep the number and you keep the percentage going on the point, you still have to think about the re-aggression that Downey's going to have. They're trying to retake the point. What do you have to answer to that here? And 6-7's ult does seem to be the thing coming in, but it's still so much damage being put out here by Downey.
Yeah, having Living Chi brought out here is a great way to melt down the Vanguards, but again, overextending is something that 6-7 has to worry about, and that happens often when it comes to Iron Fist players. Still though, Dominguez holding the point, very nice to see, and if that's at the cost of one player, that's perfectly fine.
Interesting point here, Dominguez. The swap roles actually feels like it's benefited them.
Yeah, I imagine now the idea is like, okay, just play comfort picks. Play what you have board on.
Whatever you like.
Yeah, we'll make it work from here, and it seems to be working pretty well. Javone having Feast of the Abyss almost available here. Rage of Ultron met with a Eternal Bond instead. Plenty of players damaged up, still have to go for the heals, and Glazed Donut's able to find that in spades. Psionic Seduction, of course, in the hands of Super Cookie will work out well. Plenty of ults though, Evie.
Oh, so many, and there needs to be feet on the point. If you want to contest for it, that's 3v3, 2v2, both at 99, but who can keep the most numbers on the point without getting pushed back?
I'll say this is looking good for Dominguez. They are losing bodies though. Downey have been consistently getting 3 or 4 onto the point. Who will get the next KO? Ricky again has been flushing players off. Raging Royal Flush set up and almost ready to go. That's going to be the double ult coming out from the 2 Spider-Men. 94%. Will Rizzler have to hold this on, or can we see the Raging Royal Flush now? It's a recap from Downey. Overtime beam resets. Is there a chance to go for a portal? No. Doctor Strange has been banned out for Dominguez. They cannot go for a portal. Downey take Eldritch Monument back.
Wow, but oh boy, Dominguez fought.
Yes.
That was a really, really nice fight. I mean, they went from 99 all the way to their own 99 and trying to push back there. I will say 6-7 was one of the characters that I felt like got a little bit picked off a little too much. Isolation, maybe a little bit too greedy off of that.
Yeah.
But overall, really, really good. And you go into the next one. You did say that this was one of the maps that you can be okay if you lose.
Yeah. No, Eldritch Monument I think is okay to lose. That was the one we just had. This one, I think if you win this one, statistically speaking, you're more likely to win the other one too because they're so similar.
Well, if you're Downey, if you win this one, you win everything. So you're feeling chill.
Yeah. If I'm Dominguez, I'm not feeling terrible about losing Eldritch Monument. I think this is still a good time to reset everything. But I think going triple strategist worked out well for Dominguez. I'm sorry, triple duelist. The fact that they're going to continue that forwards to me, I think is good. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Ricky being back on the Hulk as well.
Yeah, that'll be really nice as well. Big comfort. Okay, early on now. Finding the Spider-Man, plenty of information about where Ricky might be. Having the Force reposition though, Gamma Shield's out. Going to be an early exile. Giovanni, unfortunately, going to be disengaged from that fight fairly early on. Giovanni, though, does find the opening pick. That's going to be XNL falling. A strategist going down that early on, not something that you want. Downey gets first cap.
And that's a player that we talked about having to really focus on and pick off because of how effective they are at getting in the back line and eliminating and allowing for Downey to get the player number advantage.
It seems like these duelists having a bit of a disconnect with the Vanguards right now. Dominguez, unfortunately, losing a lot of these 1vx fights. Information abound, though. Crunchy's got to be careful. That was Ricky trying to pressure out the Spider-Man. Simply not a care in the world. Feast of the Abyss is out.
Wow.
Double KO. They get a triple for Giovanni. That's going to be the entire backline of Dominguez gone.
Giovanni, yeah, Dominguez, that's the player. That's the one we want.
Yeah.
Figure out how we're going to eliminate him.
Yeah, that's the million-dollar question. Dem's going to go back to the Cloak and Dagger triple strategist instead. That's going to sacrifice a lot more damage output, something that Dominguez has struggled with through the entirety of this series. 6-7 now onto the Winter Soldier once more, looking for Horn of Proteus as an opening tool. Blaze-Dona hanging down below. Someone's got to call out that maybe this Nemoro could be set up and ready. Blaze-Dona is out. Make that a double. Make that a quad for the entirety of Downey. A near team ace. A forced reset now for Dominguez.
Oh, the thirst. The thirst is real.
Oh, Glaze, Glaze, Glaze!
No way!
Whoa, and he still gets it!
Well, he said, I can't be letting
I think that's
one.
GG.
Yeah. Oh, Dominguez looking to fight, gets a foot.
The final attempt of Dominguez now. Double ultimates are out now. It's going to be the Invisible Woman shields not once but twice over. Spectacular spin as soon as it drops. Double KOs for Downey. All the ults being used one at a time.
Dominguez fighting for the live 99. We've seen it before. They've been able to bring it back, but can they do it once again with 2 players on the point? Make that one.
The duelists are gone. Crunchy gets the double. World Breaker left now for Ricky's side. The final hope now for Dominguez in the Compton Cup. Smashing Devon on the ground. It feels personal. But will it be enough? The answer is no. Back down the tiny banner we go. And that's going to be the end of things here. Downey, your Compton Cup champions.
Very well done. Such a dominating performance there. Dominguez tried their best, but in the end, there can only be one, and that is Downey.
That's right, a litany of awards for Downey, $500 for the computer supplies for the Downey school, and of course there's going to be a lot of gift cards for each of the players to get all their favorite stuff at GameStop, Compton Cup trophy, and lollipops.
Not the lollipops.
Love
Let us take a
lollipops.
picture with the lollipop at least.
Can we get a lollipop?
I don't
Any
think there's
size.
enough. I don't think there's
No?
enough. Sorry, guys. It's okay. I'll get
Well,
keg
we
his
can go
own.
to the
Don't worry.
lollipop store.
Yeah.
There's one down the street.
Well, thank you guys so
Man.
much to the audience, to everyone here. Shout out to Compton College, as well as all the unified school districts that were participating in this event. This is not only just this tournament, but also the STEM fair that's happening out there. It's a lot of initiative, a lot of math, a lot of science, a lot of hands-on activities. So we hope you guys had a blast. Thank you for joining us. Keg, what are your last thoughts on this?
Thank you so much for having us on yet again. Thank you for all the players to give us amazing gameplay. And we can't wait to see you for the next Lollipop Labs event.